Oi, where's that capture? Windows capture, 6 days, what you doing? From the top, where were you? Spoiling the mystique, spoiling the smooth transition would have been from the Kiniko Man straight to this. But good morning, folks. Surprise, surprise, surprise. But this week-long exploration through the Chzo mythos culminates here with 6 days of sacrifice. But before we jump into it, there was evidently a trio of text adventures preceding the release of 6 days of sacrifice. Little previews, apparently, to hype folks up to the eventual release of 6 days of blah 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 blah. Apparently, apparently, the prince does not want me to utter the name of the final game. But yeah, 6 days of sacrifice was preceded apparently by three short text games, and I figure if we're going to go into 6 days of sacrifice today, I hadn't played this trio of adventure games until trying to test them out to see exactly how long they were, if I had time to fit them into one stream, or if they had to be their own separate thing. And it turns out, nah, they're quick enough as a little preview. So how about we start with these little tiny text previews before we jump into the final game of the series? I think that'd be a fun idea. What do you think? He likes it. So let's start off with the first one. We have the Countdown trilogy, right? The body, the soul, the mind. We'll start with the body. August 18, 1779, just over a year ago, your greatest friend Wilbur was murdered by you. His brain was utterly destroyed by a cloud of shot fired from a flintlock pistol. See, I had thought we shot him in the back. You can still close your eyes and see the flash of powder that changed your life forever. The gun kicking in your hand as its deadly payload was ejected. His body you then butchered. Every day since, you have laid your hand on the banister as you made your way up the stairs. Every single time, the texture of the wood and grain has reminded you of the axe handle as you held it and brought it down again and again on Wilbur's form, reducing his beautiful hairless body to sweating gobbets of shapeless meat. The figure in black, like an elongated shadow at sunset, stretching across a grave. You remember him too. You remember falling to your knees and spouting every plea that came to your mind, desperate to be spared his wrath. Satisfied, he vanished, and you gradually began to convince yourself that he had never appeared at all. You disposed of Wilbur, told his friends and relatives that he had moved permanently to France, and allowed yourself to forget, until he came back. July 28th, 1779, a year to the day, he came back, peering eyelessly at you from across your bedclothes. The prince, the tall man, never speaking, rarely moving, but somehow getting his message across with ease. In return for your life, you, Jack Frehorn, owed him and his fetid master an obligation. All you had to do was follow their instructions. I'm also doing a full display capture for these preview adventures, since whatever reason I can't get this program to either game capture or not even window capture. Even window capture doesn't work. So capturing the full desktop monitor is the only thing I can do. That was 21 days ago. Tonight you will complete your task you were given. Perhaps then you will be free. Perhaps after tonight, you will sleep easy once more. Countdown 1, the body. The harpsichord room. This is the harpsichord room. You persist in calling it that, even though the titular instrument had long since been smashed to bits. It and its dreadful curse. You must admit that the room is quite devoid of life without it. You even tore the curtains from the windows after that terrible night, lest the slightest stain of Wilbur's blood incriminate you. Now the only features are a decorative end table to the corner, a set of stairs leading to the room above, a trap door in the floor, and a door to the east wall, that leads outside. On the end table is a bottle of rum. Get yon rum. You can see no such thing. Get rum then. Taken. Look at rum. A cheap rum favored by sailors. Wilbur would have been horrified by how much of it you've been drinking lately, but it's the only thing that keeps you going. Drink rum. You take a large swig of rum and feel a little bit better. You could use another one of those. Rum. It's not a verb you recognize. Drink rum. You take a large swig of rum, suddenly feel disconnected from the world and have fewer cares. Keep drinking. You take another pull of rum. It doesn't get you any drunker. So could go east. You have no intention of going out tonight. You don't want to risk having to field awkward questions from your landlord again. Let's go up then. Stairs to the room above. Go stairs. Stairs. Up. The bedroom was never well maintained, even when Wilbur was alive. Now it hasn't been cleaned for some time, and thick films of dust and filth cover everything. We're almost certain rats are getting in, but you cannot bring yourself to care. Only the ancient bed and your old writing desk show any signs of recent use. On the bed is a blank page. Take the page. Look at bed. You can't remember when you had a last full night's sleep on it. The old smells ingrained of the sheets and mattress bring bad dreams. You think it might be sobering up. Drink rum. Old writing desk. Look at desk. The desk was once covered in papers, correspondence, and texts, as recently as a year ago when you were still excited by the supernatural. Now the surface is practically bare, your files are all thrown into the fire long ago. There's a single drawer built into the desk, open drawer. Reviewing a quill pen, take pen. Could I write? What do you want me to write? Write butts. You can't see any... fine. I do appreciate how this isn't too big or expansive as far as text adventure games can go. Keeps it fairly simplistic and to the point for a preview adventure. The basement. You've been spending an increasingly large amount of time in the basement. The once intimidating rock walls and ancient foundations of previous buildings now seem familiar and comforting. The only way out is a well-trodden set of stone steps leading upwards. Dominating this large space of the basement is an unusually oversized coal brazier, to which number 12 is securely chained. The pillar stands ominously in a corner of the room. You can also see an instruction scrolled on a blade here. You think you are sobering up. Look at 12. You picked it up from a notorious inn just off the Liverpool docks. It has already been here for the required 15 hours and is looking rather scared and blackened from the coals. Talk to 12. Pat 12. Unchain 12. No. Number 12 securely chained, looking rather scarred and blackened from the coals. Look at pillar. Pular. The pillar appeared from nowhere the morning after your meeting with the prince 21 days ago. It's an imperfect cylinder, slightly wider at the bottom than at the top, made solidly from stone, from some kind of dark reflective metal. Sorry, misread. You've been unable to identify. There's a small vertical slot in the base, about 3 feet above the ground. Take blade. Look at blade. You found it lying on Wilbur's pillow the morning after the tall man appeared to you. its long decorative blade with two absurd points on the end like the teeth of a key. You are certain that the strange metal from which it is forged cannot be found anywhere in the universe of technology. Number 12 is sobbing miserably to itself. Oh, number 12, hug 12. You can only do that to something animate. He doesn't recognize a humanity in number 12 right now. Read scroll. It was given to you by the prince, and he spent an entire night translating it from what you think was ancient Gaelic. Find ye 12 of impure mind. Teach them the pain of fire and flay. When broken they, take up thy blade. Then cut they mind and soul away. Place thy blade into the pillar. Their mind and soul within shall stay. When 12 are dead, take up thy pen. Write what ye hear, till ends the day. Number 12 whimpers in agony. Well, number 12, we can't free you, we can't release you. I guess we gotta follow the instructions. Kill! 12. You're not sure you can do it. Number 12 is staring up at you in terror. Perhaps there is some shred of restraint left in you, and if so, you must be free of it to complete your task. Drink rum. Drink rum. Kill 12. You thrust your blade downward, expertly guiding it between number 12's ribs and into its heart. Totally not an animate object. Totally not animate. You hold it in place for several seconds, although the heat burns your hands, while blood geyses up along the blade. Number 12 shudders as if in the throes of orgasm before it screams, die, in a wretched gurgle and its eyes turn inward. For a moment, the blade appears to glow a ghostly blue. Put blade in pillar. You slide the blade into the slot of the pillar's base, and it glides in smoothly. Whew. Almost immediately, arcane symbols appear and disappear the pillar's surface, each one glowing brightly for a moment before fading away. You find yourself unable to remove your hand from the hilt of the blade, as the slot grows white-hot, spits sparks, and searing pain runs up your arm. After a minute that feels like 10, the lights fade and you are able to wrench your hand away. You clutch your wrists and fall to your knees as smoke rises from the black pictogram that is now permanently scorched to the flesh of your palm. A circle containing 4 triangles arranged around a square. As you stare at it, you fancy you can hear voices. A dozen agonized souls screaming in unison, faint and quavering as if trapped in the bottom of a steel well. At first you think they are coming from the pillar, but it quickly becomes clear that they are everywhere, all around you, filling the air and choking you. The voices sing of strange events that have yet to come. A ship, a cursed house, a man in a hat lying dead on a tree stump, a man wrapped head to foot in bandages floating a foot off the ground. Words and images fill your mind like a pregnant mother. You feel you must let them out. Okay. The instructions were, write what I hear till the ends of days. Write on paper. The prophecy of Chzo bursts from your mind like to the pen. Even as the nib scribbles across the page, you realize the enormous weight of importance carried by the words you imprison in ink. You write. For a day and a night, you fill page after page with the prophecy of Chzo. By the end of it, tears are streaming down your face because you know that your obligation is far from fulfilled, and that when you pledged yourself for eternity to the prince, he very much intended to make the most of the offer. Book of the Bridge, Chapter 1. After 10 years, all was in readiness for the construction of the bridge, and the prince watched as the bridge keeper stood on both sides of the dark ocean, awaiting the time when the great undertaking could begin. To the house of the bridge keeper, which was the mind of the bridge keeper, had come many thieves, and the bridge keeper had borrowed from the power of the prince and thrown down these thieves, and truly did they know the name of the king. But then there had come a family of thieves to the house of the bridge keeper, which was the mind of the bridge keeper, and the family of thieves number 5. There was a spying thief who came to the house of the bridge keeper to learn the secrets of the prince and of the order, a pawn of masters who would pervert the glorious scheme of the king. There was a covetous thief who had come to the house of the bridge keeper for wealth. Boo, more graphics? Oh, there'll be more graphics, Swedish guy. This is only the first of the text adventure. We're gonna see 2 more textual graphics. There was a thief wife who came to the house of the bridge keeper to corrupt the bridge keeper with her whorish ways, and to travel the land of technology, spreading stories and lies of what she found. There was a thief's son who came to the house of the bridge keeper in innocence, but the bridge keeper would not spare him, for the children of thieves will live to corrupt the children of the righteous. Lastly, there was a cunning thief who would tell not of his purpose or name, but the prince gazed upon him, and the prince said, "This cunning thief who sups with the most unworthy company is the one who will guide the bridge keeper to his destiny, and so I will have him be spared the wrath of this house." And the family of thieves sat together to dine at the house of the bridge keeper that was a mind of the bridge keeper, and the wrath of the house fell upon them. We have written the prophecy. The prince gazed upon him. Do you know the joke, the old story, Swedish guy, about the little boy with a book in his hands that comes up to his father one night saying, "Dad, I don't quite understand some words in this book. What is gaze? What does gaze mean?" And the father's like, "Oh, well, you know how, like, mommy and daddy love each other? Well, you know, 2 men can also love each other, and that's perfectly all right." And the boy's like, "Huh, okay. What does penetrating mean?" And the father's like, "Son, what exactly are you reading there? Could you show me the sentence?" And the boy's like, "And then she could feel his penetrating gaze upon him." Alright, next one. We did the body give us a soul. January 17, 2189. Ha! 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 You joined a fad religion because you needed direction in your life and needed something to do with your free time. You were so engrossed in attending the prayer meetings and other organized events that you didn't notice eyes watching you from the shadows. More penetrating gaze. And then they introduced you to the truth. The true organization behind the faith. The so-called Order of Blessed Agonies. That was even better. You had always regarded pain with subdued fascination, even from childhood, attesting the very limits of your endurance. And as for the purification, you certainly felt you needed that. The initiation was almost complete. You were sore and bleeding from the purification of your body, and you were still dizzy and spaced out from the purification of the mind. Next, they said, came the soul, the aspect that could only be purified once. The deletion of something close to you, something upon which you relied upon emotionally. Yeah, fuck off if that can only be purified once. How many scars upon this old heart of mine? You were brought to a featureless white chamber deep within headquarters, and there he was. "Don't worry," they had said. "We'll make it easy for you." Then they handed you a gun. Countdown to the soul. In the assessment chamber, you are in an utterly featureless white room. Everything is painted a flat, spotless, shining white. The fluorescent ceiling lights merge seamlessly with the paintwork, brightly illuminating the room. You can't even see where the door was, so utterly flawless is a constant white. Your boyfriend, Jason, is here, gagged, lashed to a chair. Look at Jason. Before you found the Order of Blessed Agonies, Jason was the greatest thing that ever happened to you. He was, still is, you suppose, smart, handsome and tolerant of your eccentricities. They don't appear to have used much force in capturing him, since his body appears without blemish and unharmed. He is tied to the chair and staring at you calmly, perhaps assuming by your presence that this is just some joke or sexual adventure. What if it is some sexual adventure? Straddle Jason. Again, having the skeleton over here, my lights over here, my keyboard right over here. It's a lot of impediments in my typing. Straddle is not a verb. Oh. Reassure, Jason. Reassurance is not recognized. Kiss Jason. You plant your lips against his forehead for a second. He frowns at you, seeing the sorrow in your eyes. Regret. We don't recognize regret. Look at gun. Fully loaded, high caliber, automatic pistol, feels heavy and ugly. Sorry, Jace. Kill Jason. The gun coughs and jumps in your hand. The featureless whiteness of the room is splattered with red, and Jason's head hangs forward. Initiates are coming into the room now to congratulate you and welcome you, but their voices are faint beneath the sound of blood roaring in your ears. That was 2 weeks ago, and you have not slept comfortably since. The memory of murdering your lover comes back in your nightmares again and again, after moving into female dormitories at Order headquarters. It only took a day for you to realize that becoming a cultist was the stupidest thing you had ever done. The bad nightmares are the ones where you simply relive the murder. The worst are the happy ones. In those, Jason is alive, you never joined the Order, and the two of you have a wonderful house and a happy marriage. Then you wake up in the militaristic cot of the Order dormitory, and all you can do is stuff the corner of a pillow down your throat to muffle your sobs. One of those dreams had just jerked you awake. You lay musing on your own foolishness for a while until it becomes clear that you would never be able to go back to sleep. You decide to pop outside for some fresh air. This is a fairly large, elongated room with most of the available space filled by bunk beds. In the twilight, you can just about see the snoring forms of other female cultists, their chests rising and falling with their breath. A glowing rectangle indicates a presence of a door in the southern wall. Kill fellow cultists. It would be better not to wake them. Damn it, Southen. Everything in the Order headquarters is so infuriatingly clean. The floor is shiny and reflective, the walls are light and cheerful. Absolutely nothing indicates that this is owned by a murdering, pain-worshipping cult. Double doors go to the west, to the courtyard, while ordinary doors lie north, east, and south. South? Basement stairwell, you got no reason to go there. East? Leads to the men's dormitory, you are not permitted there. West, then. The courtyard. This is the open-air garden, provided as an area for meeting and relaxation. Benches and picnic tables are provided, deliberately positioned under the boughs of beautifully maintained trees. A row of flower beds runs the length of the enclosure, blooming with roses so deeply red that you wonder stupidly if Jason's blood was used to water them. An unfamiliar stranger is standing in the center of the courtyard with his back turned to you. Look at stranger. He is wearing a red robe, which could possibly have once been the robe of a member of the Order. However, the cowl and sleeves appear to have been torn off. His head is completely bald. The mysterious stranger that brought Yahtzee. For some reason in my head, I keep conflating Yahtzee and Trilby. There is a bit of OC-ness to Trilby, we got to admit, isn't there? They even wear the same hat, let's be honest here. That brought Trilby back to life? Suddenly, the stranger turns to you. Delia, he says. Delia Renault. You start at his sudden movement, but manage to find your voice. How did you know my name? I know many things, he replies, as though this were an explanation. I also know that you murdered your lover and are filled with regret. You want to redeem yourself, do you not? You wish to be forgiven for the life you stole. All you can do is nod dumbly. How could he possibly know this? You never mentioned your feelings to anyone. I am an enemy of the Order, he continues. My organization is building a case against them. If you can help us, we will protect you. But you must do something for us first. Are you willing? Yes, you say. There doesn't seem to be any point in resisting. Somewhere in the basement of this facility, a special knife is being kept. Frehorn's blade, an artifact the cultists hold in very high regard. I want you to steal it for me, then bring it to me here. Once this task is complete, you'll be taken to a safe house. Is everything clear? Is everything clear? There is something about his voice and the way his eyes flash as he speaks. Somehow you know that even had you been a loyal member of the cult, you would still find yourself acceding to his demands. Yes. Then return here when you have the blade. With that, he vanishes. Later, you cannot remember if he left the area by foot or simply disappeared into thin air. Basement, he said? South, then? You are standing at the top of a wobbly metal stairwell that leads down into the basement of the facility. For some reason, there are traces of sawdust and rock dust up and down the steps. From below, you hear the occasional ominous creak of metal. The door to the rest of the facility lies north, and we are going down. You're in a small, dingy, connecting hallway. From the undecorated walls and narrow movement space, you get the definite impression of an underground bunker, although the ceiling is surprisingly high. A set of metal stairs leads back up to the main facility, while the metal sliding doors lie to the north and west. Let's go north. The museum. This is a small, dimly lit room, which seems to have been put aside as a museum or display room. Privately, you consider it another testament to the collective self-righteousness of the Order. The display seems to be incomplete. The only features were a magnificent painting on the north wall, and a pedestal in the very center of the room. The only way out is to the south. On the pedestal is Frehorn's blade. You can see a page here. Well, let's look at the painting first. Fine. Look at painting, Mr. Pedantic. It depicts the prince, the incredibly tall man in black you have seen in other pieces of Order artwork. He is holding out his arms and standing behind three men. On the left, a youngish man dressed in 18th century fop. In the center, a dark-haired man in a hat wearing turn-of-the-millennium garb. And on the right, a figure you recognize as Garriott, the current administrator of the Order. Do you think they make this painting for every new administrator? Or do they just have the one for Garriott as a kind of prophecy? Page. Read. Page. The Book of the Bridge, Chapter 2. The spying thief came first to the bridge keeper, and was greatly consumed with fear. I know you, bridge keeper. I know the scheme of the prince that allows you to remain after death. I know this house that is your mind. I know all this, and I will foil your plan. And the prince knew that the spying thief spoke the truth, and allowed the bridge keeper to throw down the spying thief, and truly did he know the name of the king. And when he saw what had become of the spying thief, the covetous thief was consumed with fear, and with fear came rage. I will not follow the spying thief in death. I will not follow. I curse this house and all of us. For in our sin we have cursed ourselves. But the cunning thief was steadfast, and he ignored the ravings of the covetous thief to continue his debauchery with the thief wife and the thief's son. And the prince said, I will not allow the cunning thief to disregard the message of the king. His importance is far too great to allow to slip away, or be corrupted in the foulness of his fellows. So I will make an example of him. Look at the blade. Look at blade. The blade with two large teeth on the end like a key. It is absolutely ancient, probably close to 400 years old, but the blade is still free of any dirt or rust. The metal shines and shimmers in a way you've never seen metal do before. Take yon blade. You stop yourself just in time, judging by the way the top of the pedestal wobbled as he moved the knife. There is some kind of security mechanism, possibly a weighted one. So, there's nothing else here, unless I could take and use a painting. That's hardly portable. So let's see what else we got. Security room. You're in a room painted in a dark gray that seems to have been set aside for security and maintenance. In the corner is a compact monitoring computer with several screens. Hey, it's just like FNAF. The sort of thing used to operate security cameras. There's also a fuse box nearby, mounted to the north wall. Doors lie east and west, and there's a sealed steel barrel. Look at barrel. Emitting the stench of petrol fumes. Take barrel. I'm not strong enough to move it. It would probably take someone of above average fitness. Look at cameras. Sorry, look at monitor. You said right there, the cord is a compact monitoring computer. Look at computer. Doesn't appear to have been wired up and activated yet. Look at fuse box. Not wired up and activated. West. Southeastern main corridor. In a broad hallway. Judge it by the way it curves. It probably forms a complete circle, though the way north is blocked by construction barriers. The decor here is less like a bunker, more like a kind of high-tech laboratory, with a lot of stainless steel and plastics incorporated into building material. There are doors running on the exteriors leading south and east, and the corridor continues west. South? The door refuses to open, security locks already installed. West? Southwestern main corridor? Continues east and north. There's a large, heavy steel door in the interior wall to the northeast. Northeast? The door is extremely heavy and no visible opening mechanism. Damn it! What else? North then? Northwestern main corridor. More construction barriers block the way north and northeast. They do, however, leave enough room to squeeze through an open doorway to the northwest. The room is still under construction, and the walls and floor are still undecorated concrete. Exposed wiring dangles to the ceiling, and a stack of ceiling panels at the corner await proper placement. Southeast, northwest, northwest. The kitchen. This room is obviously unfinished, but seems to already be used by the construction crew as a kitchen. A dusty counter is here and a non-functioning refrigerator. A dining table is arranged skeweth in the corner, and judging by the rim marks, has clearly been used for tea breaks. The only door is to the southeast, and on the counter is a bread knife. We're going to Indiana Jones this. Take the bread knife. And then back out we go. Southeast. Southeast. East and north, so east. Back to the security room, back to the bottom of the stairwell. Museum. On the pedestal is Frehorn's blade. Sweep, swap, blade for knife. Switch, blade with knife. I only understand you as far as wanting to switch Frehorn's blade. Switch, blade for knife. Switch, knife for blade. Put bread knife on pedestal. Use bread knife on pedestal. Use is not a verb you recognize. Hold on. Okay, I'm spelling pedestal correctly. Okay, Yahtzee. We're doing the standard text adventure thing where we have to figure out what they want me to say when I've already got the solution. Place bread knife on pedestal. Open dictionary. I can't see any such thing. The pedestal wobbles as I move the knife as a security mechanism, possibly weight. What do you want to put on? So put works. Put knife on pedestal. You put the bread knife on the pedestal. Oh, I wrote put bread knife of pedestal the first time. Done in by a typo. Take blade. Look at blade. We saw it already. So south, up, north, west. As you step into the center of the courtyard, you hear a familiar voice directly behind you. You have done well, says a man in red. You spin around, mesmerized again by his extraordinary presence. Give me the blade. You nod, then hand over the sacred artifact. The stranger holds it in his left hand, feeling the weight, before reaching into his robe and producing a second identical blade. Merely trying to look at both blades at the same time causes your eyelids to flicker involuntarily. It is not, you realize, that there are two blades. Both are the same blade, which he is holding in both hands. Then, with no apparent effort on his part, you see only one blade, which he stores into his robe. What happens now, you ask? Now? He seems momentarily confused by the question. Now your part of the course of destiny is over. You are free to do as you please. Your life no longer has any specific purpose, but it would certainly be possible to exist. But what about the safe house or organization? You said you would protect me. There is no organization and no safe house. His image is already fading, taking the blade with him. I apologize for deceiving you. But the redemption you seek for your selfish act of short-sighted butchery is not in my or anyone else's power to give. Evil like that, Miss Renault, must be suffered for. And then he is gone. In the morning, the disappearance of Frehorn's blade sends a shockwave to the Order of Blessed Agonies. It does not take long for even an amateur investigator to gather the evidence needed to convict you. And the thought of what a pain worshipper would do to a person as punishment sends shivers down your spine. Fortunately, by the time they find you, you're already 6 miles away, fatally crumpled up inside the wreck of a stolen car. The Order of Blessed Agonies, robbed for the second time, bitterly continue their construction. I have succeeded in my task. I wonder if there's a way to fail the task. It feels pretty linear, and I don't think there's any real way to deviate from success. Maybe the third episode will give us a chance for failure. Countdown 3. The Mind. February 3rd, AD 2386. That's just next year, holy shit. The double doors of the New Delhi Mental Hospital hiss close as you step into the lobby. The weight of a mail satchel cuts into your shoulder. Just as you did 20 separate times during the shuttle ride here, you wonder how you got into this mess. The man in red assured you there'd be further instructions when you arrived. This man in red is showing up so much between the end of Trilby's notes and 6 days of sacrifice, but hadn't elaborated before disappearing into the shadowy alley where he'd requested to meet you. You almost didn't take the job. You're not in the business of delivering parcels of homeless weirdos in tattered rags. But that would all change when the weirdo had produced a wad of cash as thick as your thumb. That's not so much money. Had you not been so tired, you would probably have asked where the money had come from. But there was something about the man in red's voice, so smooth and charismatic, impossible to resist. Kind of like what God's voice must be like. Not merely instructing or requesting, but simply stating how things were going to be. Like he knew everything. Forget it. Just another job. Get the instructions and deliver the parcel. Then enjoy the money and forget all about weirdos in red. The mind. Lobby. Everything about the New Delhi mental hospital screams surgical. The uncarpeted floor is so sterilized you almost feel guilty walking on it. There are no corners in the architecture. The walls are curved and smooth, painted an insipid pastel blue. The room stretches hugely off in all directions, with the exit door to the south, and an archway labeled Cell Block 1 to the north. North? I don't want to go anywhere near those freaks in the cells, not a damn good reason. South? You can't leave this place until you've delivered what you were supposed to. West? You're standing at reception, leaning over the desk with your elbows resting on the surface. Much of the wall before you was decorated with a suitably pacifying work of 2D art. Sitting askew on the reception desk is a white plastic telephone. Take phone. Pick up phone. I have no one to call. Look at painting. Merely looking at the painting fills you with a sense of wonderful serenity, and now the phone is ringing. The phone will be right there. Answer phone to yourself, there's no reply. Huh. Must be a semantic thing. Take phone. You pick up the phone and hold it to your ear. A familiar voice says, the occupant of cell 105 is a recipient. Do not let the guards see you. You will receive more money as soon as the parcel is delivered. They hang up before you can say anything. And then you replace the handset, baffled. What's to the east? Outside the elevator on the coffee table's a page. A page? Take page. Read page. Book of the Bridge, Chapter 3. So the prince bade the bridge keeper to touch the cunning thief. And at their conjoined hands, the covetous thief was thrown down, and truly did he know the name of the king. And the cunning thief wept aloud, why have I been made a part of this great evil? To have murdered with my hands, and to be made glad of mindless destruction through my own eyes. I curse this house. The prince was rightly pleased. The cunning thief now sees our message, and will guide the bridge keeper to the first of the 3 constructions. Henceforth the cunning thief shall be the guide. And the guide who was a cunning thief gathered together his thief wife and thief son, and in the house that was the mind of the bridge keeper they called to their host. But the bridge keeper was fearful, for the guide had clad the thief wife in the vestment of the father, and the thief son in those of the brother. And the bridge keeper sobbed in his confusion. And the guide put fire to the bridge keeper, and the body of the bridge keeper was destroyed utterly, and the mind of the bridge keeper was destroyed by 1/2. And across the great dark ocean, 1/3 of the bridge appeared. And the king said, I see the bridge, but it is only 1/3. It must be complete before I may attend the land of technology. Let's go back north. In an unfurnished north-south corridor, there's a sign on the wall. Read sign. 2 arrows, 1 point south lobby, other points north, cell block 1. Cell 101. You are standing outside the hugely thick and armored door to a cell marked cell 101. The corridor continues east and south. There's a dropper built to the cell door. A learned-looking doctor type is here, flanked by a small entourage of youths. Toby, one of the guards, is patrolling here. The doctor seems to be giving a tour of the cell blocks to his apprentices, and is giving a detailed description of the occupant of cell 101. Well, listen to lecture. Listen to doctor. Would probably be best not to draw attention to yourself. We just can't seem to convince him that he isn't covered in crawling insects, says the doctor. We have to constantly keep his fingernails cut in case he scratches himself severely. And that's one of the least popular jobs among the orderlies, I can tell you. The youths titter fondly. Look at youths. The doctor is a stout, jolly-looking man, not the sort of person you would expect to work in such a fevered lunatic place. He and all the students he is escorting are all wearing white lab coats. I guess even the 24th century is still unkind. They move to the east. Let's follow. Cell 102. You're standing outside the hugely thick and armored door, 102. Let's see. Same stuff, same stuff. I'm afraid most of the rest of the cases in cell block 1 are rather textbook. Certainly nothing worth wasting your precious time by giving a full description. The doctor pauses to push his spectacles back up his nose. There is one exception, however. I think you'll find this a highlight of the tour. Time passes, they move east. Doctor's here with his entourage, drop her in the door. They move east. Doctor's entourage move east. Good morning, Lionel, says the doctor courteously. Passes by the cell door without stopping. Cell 105. Clive, one of the guards, is patrolling here. This is, of course, our resident celebrity, says the doctor grandly, taking up position next to the peephole. An attractive young female appears as the cell's occupant, and recognition lights up her face. The Mephistopheles killer! Oh, we become famous after 7 days a skeptic. Put package in dropper. The guard eyes you suspiciously as you reach for the parcel. You quickly decide not to deliver it yet. Yes, you remember us all over the news. Last year, the EFS Mephistopheles was relaunched with a skeleton crew of 6. The ship's appointed counselor was one Dr. Jonathan Somerset, and he reported for duty punctually and on schedule, and also on time and with haste. The youths draw nearer, like children gathering around Nanny for story time. That was only last year and he's already locked up. And celebrity. 24th century space travel is so fast, took us no time at all. A slightly perverse smile flashes on the doctor's face. Unfortunately, shortly after launch, it was discovered that the real Dr. Jonathan Somerset was dead, pushed down a flight of stairs, presumably by the imposter who had taken his place. Off-world security was dispatched to intercept the Mephistopheles. Clive is watching me suspiciously. Its last recorded communication was an SOS distress call to the EFS Charisma. By the time off-world security arrived, this man had slaughtered the entire crew. He glances at the sullen prisoner and shakes his head sadly. We look at the prisoner. Looking at... Let's see, you watch a pathetic excuse for humanity for a second, then hate yourself for gawking. So who is he? Asks a lanky, bespectacled youth. His name is Malcolm Somerset, replies the doctor. The only son of Dr. Jonathan Somerset. He was a student of psychology at Ganymede University, wanting to follow his father's footsteps, but he failed the final examination and dropped out. The doctor's eyes never leave the patient in cell 105 throughout his speech. There's a note of remorse in his voice. Hey, don't touch the door. You're here for the finale while at work? Enjoy the work, Dorsby, and enjoy the finale. It seems becoming a shipboard counselor was his dream, and when his father was called up, he couldn't hold his jealousy. The interrogative youth in spectacles poses the doctor another question. So why did he kill the Mephistopheles crew? That's partly why he remains under psychiatric study, comes the answer. It's a complete mystery. His profile is completely inconsistent with a spree killer. The best theory we have is that he was found out and killed out of desperation. But that doesn't explain the demented creativity, the sheer bloodthirsty relish with which his crewmates were slaughtered. The doctor's expression is suddenly very dark. One man was impaled. Another was blinded. The first officer had her head twisted right around. Many of the corpses were dismembered and stitched randomly together into Frankenstein-like monstrosities. We're being pinned for every single crime that went down. Did we have no words in our defense? He takes a moment to watch the horrified faces of his students, and to let them gawk through the peephole some more, trying to imagine how the silent creature before them could have committed such things. Certainly not the actions of a man simply trying to cover up a far less serious crime. But let's leave him for the moment and move on, says the doctor, as he and the students move westward with oblivious haste. Clive is still here. Ask Clive to leave. Don't understand the sentence. How's my package look? Could be delivered personally to the occupant of cell 105, otherwise nothing new. What if I go west to lure Clive away? What happened to what's-his-face? Toby whatever it was at 101. Toby heads eastward at 103. Alright. 105 again, I don't see any of the guards. Toby enters. Oh, Toby entered from the east. Toby enters from the west. There. All alone now. Put package in dropper. You place the parcel to the dropper while no one is looking and slam it shut. You feel an enormous sense of accomplishment and relief. And you exit the cell block and swiftly leave the asylum by the front door. Go west, life is peaceful there. Swedish guy, that song makes me tear up every single time. Particularly the Pet Shop Boys version. After collecting your fee, you live out the rest of your life in varying degrees of happiness and contentment. Occasionally, the strange man in red and the contents of the mysterious parcel will come back to haunt your curiosity. But this is nothing that cannot be swiftly dismissed. You will never know the significance of the role you played in the machinations of destiny. And that is all of the Countdown preview adventure games, which leaves us with 6 days, a sacrifice itself to get into. Which means that is gonna be it for today, folks. Thanks for watching. No, I'm kidding. We'll actually play the game. Got that nice glowing symbol of Chzo behind the sign. New game? Commentary on? Why, yes. And his author avatar is more advanced, is more detailed. He's got animation to himself a little bit. Or at the very least more poses and just hanging out of the corner. Yesterday, I saw the brought in Bridge Keeper, yada yada. I guess you guys can read this going too fast for me to read out loud. Fade out, fade in to AGS function he uses the most. It feels like this goes by a whole lot quicker, the text, both the commentary and the in-game text, than the previous ones. You highly recommend 1213 to me. Don't trust your door, I might have to look it up. Music is also starting off pretty fire. Does it count as prophetically detailing the events of earlier games, if the earlier games already came out? Oh, we get to start off with some cool concurrent destruction. I like how Somerset's just standing and waiting for the speeches to be finished before he drops his idol. He covered his shame with a transcendent slow-mo fadey effect. Was it any better? It's more something at least. We could pretend the events were simultaneous. Destruction of the body and destruction of the soul occurring at the same time across space and time. Back when I was really into the idea of Zelda timelines, like any kid back in the 2000s was, I'm sure. 196 years later and earlier, I was really big on the idea of like, there's that whole split timeline thing, right? Whatever. Not the biggest fan of it, but apparently that's a thing. But in Wind Waker, you have it ending with Ganon taking a sword to his forehead, and then he turns to stone. And in Twilight's Princess, you have it ending with Ganon taking a sword to his chest. And I like to think that the two events were taking place at the exact same time across time and space. One, the destruction of the more intellectual human Ganon. One, the destruction of the more powerful bestial Ganon. And there's kind of a nice poetry to that. It's kind of a shame that that was all just Ganon in my head and never actually any part of the actual Zelda story. Left click to walk, right click on hotspots to open the menu. No text input for us this time. Testers didn't like the right click to examine, double click to open. It's not a bad system, the 7 Days of Skeptic one. And look, I don't even have to use it on hotspots. I could just right click on anything. Which is already an advancement over 7 Days of Skeptic, where I can only open specifically on hotspots. Optimology. Take the magazine, our first adventure game acquisition. We can actually take it? We're not the right demographic. Oh, but we're bored enough? Pamphlet. Kind of pamphlets on optimology, the religion whose headquarters I'm currently standing in. To reread items in my journal, click the journal button at the top menu or right-click the journal icon on my inventory. People requested a journal after Trilby's notes. All the reading matter of the game you couldn't take with you. Instead of putting a journal in Trilby's notes, you put it in the next game. Where it makes less thematical sense, go me. Life becoming a struggle, need a guiding hand. Want to be part of the world's fastest growing family. Optimology is a religion catered for you. Taking the best parts of all previous religions to make a great new way of thinking. Join Optimology today. Hey, Red Robe. Leech's sprite early in development because I'm always going after the fact. I don't gotta worry about that. Referring to a bald, red-robed guy in the Countdown trilogy, everyone thought the sprite was him. I mean, even an accidental misdirection is still pretty fun, isn't it? Oh shit, we're with the council. That's the one thing they don't want to do. They don't want to mess with the council. Ophthalmology is a thinly disguised pastiche of Scientology. What? I can't believe it, Dorsby. You were correct. Wait, this doesn't mean that Scientology... No, they wouldn't be hiding deep dark secrets, would they? Really, fast elevator goes straight to the bottom. Bugger all of importance. But hey, that's what absurdly powerful super beings are about, right? They get to roll all the dice they want till one eventually goes their way. Oh, do adore. Trilby's notes is great, as we just found out yesterday. Or I guess not really found out, as I rediscovered yesterday. Day 1. July 24th, AD 2189. Hey, Trilby. He's looking good for over 100 years old. Everyone thought it was gonna be another space game, tee-hee. Well, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, technically we're always in space. Worried people turned off by not controlling Trilby again. Even though it's supposed to be a John Defoe series, not a Trilby series, but technically, with how much importance he has to it. I haven't played the Metal Gear games. So I also get to be immune to that. Notice Metal Gear Solid 2 got good the moment Snake was reintroduced to the plots and put Trilby in as early as possible. Who knows, maybe it worked. These games are beloved after all. Oh yeah, Philip was a Hardy, wasn't it? Man, all these people who die young keep managing to produce offspring before they die. That door really wants to say something back there. No one leaves, no one breathes a word. Who would have guessed that Trilby could be such a stick in the mud? Also wanted to swiftly make him seem like a dick. Will it work, Yahtzee? Huh? Isn't he an awesome dude? Why is he being such a dick? Oh, that's part of the mystery, isn't it? The game opens up with showing we're in the 22nd century, so his very being here is a mystery of its own. We have a youthful looking Trilby, 100 years out of place, and he's not so nice. Alright, Dorsby, I got the link in a tab. I don't know if I'll do 1213 right away, since the rest of October is pretty much planned out, and November has some beefy stuff coming up. But I've enjoyed these games, and I've never played 1213 before, so a fresh playthrough with new eyes would be a fun thing. What else have I got? I got a cell phone. I got a cell phone. Who should I call? My office. The police. Call the police first. Nothing but static. I can't get an outside signal for underground. He found a way around the, well, modern horror is kind of hard because everyone's got cell phones. You gotta put people way out into the woods. You can't just cut the phone lines anymore, or you stick us under miles of concrete. Tall, athletic man, physically in his early 30s, absurdly old-fashioned clothes. Sam? Spectacles, lab coat. Mouth the word employer, point to the guard, point to the door on the north wall, point to the console, the desk, the privacy screen, the privacy screen. Employer? Points at me, then mimes cutting her throat meaningfully. Point to the guard, shrug, shakes her head. She doesn't think she could reason with or defeat the man. What about that really excitable door in the north wall? And a tendril just reaches out, shrugs. It's just the electricity, that's all it is. The console? Password? I don't know the password. Password? She has no idea. The desk? Oh, is the doctor not allowed access to the desk? Alright, what about the privacy screen? She has no... Oh, she doesn't know how to activate it. Huh. Alright, what else could we do from our limited position here? Converse with the bed, it won't reply. Converse with the door, it won't reply. Oh, guard! Please! What a stickler. I need... What if I just die like the last game? Ugh! Oh, that caught his attention. His condition may be degrading. Oh, we got Trilby to come up to us now. We gotta change the situation. Now kick him in the dick. Oh, or take the slip of paper from his pocket. That works too. Well, of course he doesn't see any problems. He's not well versed in medicine, is he? A slip of paper with meaningless sequences of numbers. That's it? Man, I got trash. Here, Sam, you take it. It's possible to give the paper to Sam before she comes back and stands next to you. Huh. Proximity is unimportant? Pretend she has really long arms. Okay, now that's gotta be the password, right? Password isn't an option anymore. The console. privacy screen and the door in the north wall. Well, let's put the privacy screen on first. Privacy, just written across. Can't see us, but there's only one way out. So, could you release the north door then? Oh, hello. You can tell it's been a while since I played this last, because I didn't remember him popping out so early. Spoilers, Yahtzee, spoilers! We haven't even seen the hub yet! Maybe he's just really, really bitter about this whole guide business. Sure, we would have been the new prince if he'd done his job properly in 5 Days a Stranger. Oh, so it is envy after all. Don't look like she's very accustomed to this. Maybe she is. Maybe people who are in the know with the Order of the Blessed Agonies are just used to the prince killing all their Trilby clones. It hurts! Elevator must have been at the top floor at the time. How awkward would it have been if the elevator was only one floor down? Money-making, crowd-pleasing facade, huh? Yeah, we know it's a cult, but what's the cult hiding? Oh, the cult's hiding a cult. What's a bit of exposition, Yahtzee? At least this way, it's a bit better than the old pretend I don't know, explain everything anyway. So somebody on the inside was not too happy with what's going on here. Janine? Is Janine the inside mole? Hey, we have a Samantha and we have a Janine, so it turns out that Yahtzee actually did put more than one girl in the next game. Man of the Hatch is a mercenary. Typical, isn't it? He takes a government job once, and now he goes out to the lowest bidder. Do you think this illegal facility has fire stairs, or just the one elevator? Dr. Hardy, a huge bitch for making an extremely injured man do all this legwork. A game where I sit on our ass scoffing grapes while the other people get embroiled in darkness. We're used to it by now. I mean, 2 games ago they had the psychiatrist doing all the engineer work. In the name of these goals, Dr. Hardy became a huge bitch. Aww. So inquisitive. No more door opening animations, just warping on through. Oh, we got some music now too. Too technical for us. There's some burnt paper on the desk, it looks like. An official memo, bottom half burnt off. What's it say? What's it say? From Acolyte Garriott to Acolyte DeRaven. I have to chuckle to myself there, because DeRaven feels like a very... It feels like a very gothy, edgy name, doesn't it? Acolyte DeRaven. Our preparations are complete. Feel free to evacuate yourself and your staff when you have finished burning your records, but make sure Canning and the prisoners remain. Our master will also remain, and make his own arrangements. I will evacuate last when I've given the building and complex a final spot! Anything else on the desk? Drawers are empty. How about the cabinet? Medical supplies, no idea how to use. Should we go the way she went? There's a blood stain on the door. Was that there before the guard was chased off? Right, chased off. Usually cut corners when making walking sprites. Just flip the walking left sprites to walking right. But he had to make his injuries asymmetrical, didn't he? Couldn't do that with the cab because of all his bandages. Toyed with the ideas of making his injury symmetrical, but it looked dumb. He could have also just rolled with it. There's a kind of aesthetic in deliberately making the sprite just flip every time you go left or right. Spectacles. Wait a minute, were those my spectacles? Well, I can't see with these now that they're broken. One of the lenses is smashed, the other's curved out of shape. If I go up here, phone is its own menu. Sammy's over here. Have I gotten the weapons off Janine? I've literally just walked out of the room. So that's the hallway. How about the other door? For a heavily injured man, he's not too slow at least. Empty. Just the next room over. What have you got here? Security room? The room appears with the Countdown trilogy. The barrel's even there. Oh my goodness, it's just like episode 2. DeKalb will never know that. What do we have, monitor? Showing nothing but snow. Touchscreens are locked out. Can't access the functions. How about the fuse box? Is the fuse box at least usable now that it is wired up? Better not mess with the electronics without a good reason. Could be dangerous. How about the barrel? What possible use could he have for it? Wars have been fought over this. Better to have it than not, right? It won't open. Security lock requiring high clearance. Damn it! Our first plot jam door. Potions room? Security lock. Could I go right? Whoa, hello. Some testers seem to think that the cop keeps entering from the wrong side, but it loops around, doesn't it? They were wrong and stupid. Yeah, call your testers wrong and stupid. Their perspective changed because the previous doors are on the outside of the circle. And here the doors on the inside, leads to the hub, and just forget it. It's okay, Yahtzee, they'll get used to it if they keep playing. keypad, dual keypads, tiny dual keypads. Central hub authorized personnel only. Yeah, see, just loops. We go right, enter from right. We go left, exit from left. Found himself resenting Janine, really. It was good to use some old character sprites from an old project, but they didn't look right. Had to do her from scratch. So he resents having to do more work. That's a bit... That's a bit mean, as it is not her fault that he had to redraw her. Worse, we're from the council. It could be worse. Captives for a week, then free roam versus captives for 15 hours and sacrifice for a pillar. I am the someone. She sent a message out, called the cops. The cops very wisely decided, hey, we just got tips the cultists are making a massive compound. Send a council stooge to investigate and make sure that that all their paperwork is in order. Janine being slowly taken over by John Defoe. That's why she's so scared of Trilby, because he is. Spoilers again, Yahtzee? Spoilers? Spoil the ending. That's why I told you to play without the commentary first, you doink. Jeez. That's alright. It's been ages, but it's not a first playthrough for me at least. But we got guns at least. Never held a gun in my life. They feel heavy and unpleasant. They are. On both counts. Don't think I've been in this store yet. Hello? What's on the memo? Handwritten memo held in place with tape, but what does it say? We have to look with our hands, not our eyes, to read it. Canning. Ensure that the prisoners remain sealed in this holding cell for at least 6 days. After this, it will no longer matter. Do not fail, Canning. This is your chance to redeem yourself for the crime of allowing the Orzechowski woman to explore the complex unsupervised. Orzechowski? It was a Renault that explored and stole the knife back in Countdown, so who's... What's the store? Don't! We mustn't confront him until we have the upper hand. Well, you wanted these guns? Now we have the upper hand. The cultist, the one, there's only one in here. Odd, is it? Maybe the Janine she knew was more fired up, more spirited? Damn, so easy. We already got the drop on canning. Just Garriott sprite, but shortened a little bit with a different head. A lot of characters he draws have long garments, make minimal arm movements when walking, because animating is boring. Because of her ancestors, she has a very dodgy code of morals. Is that how it works? The sins of the grandfathers are actually real? Another body, mind, soul threesome. I like how, despite being the backup here, we haven't got the other gun on us. Like she's riding a unicycle. When I gotta pay attention to that. Sure, with being popular, I have to quickly reintroduce him after killing him. Well, maybe she figured with one trilby out. There's not an infinite trilbies. Wow. Oh. Baldy Ex Machina. Red Roby McSomerset. I guess if we're gonna have one interplanar being interfering with the world, might as well have two going crossways perpendicular. Some people didn't make the connection, really. It's kind of spelled out though, isn't it? I know Somerset ended up looking like him, but that doesn't tell me anything. Some people really can be dense sometimes. Even like some writers that I follow or that I see posts from lament the very same thing that he could only write as well as he can, but you can't. Oh, Janine's last name is Orzakowski. Okay. So that's what the note refers to. You could write as well as you can, but you can't really account for people just being dense sometimes. You can try, but all you really do if you try too hard with it is just make your work so much more bland by spelling things out way too much, reiterating points way too much. Sometimes you have to trust the reader or the player should be a smart cookie, and if they're not, sucks. You can't win them all. Your call was answered, and the hero you got is a bureaucratic stooge. He had a spare trilby. Maybe he won't have a spare trilby the next time. He was frozen today. Provoke an emotional reaction, we ruin his shit. That's the true nature of authordom, isn't it? Create people you relate to, and then just put them through hell. Which is kind of why Higurashi is so fun. Big fat info dumps. Cannot be helped. Partially optional. Talk about the cult, then you're free to end it whenever you want. But first, what is this place? A small laboratory complex? What is the Order of the Blessed Agonies? Insane masochist cult. Not just, they're also sadists, not just masochists. Chzo. Is that a clue to how to properly pronounce Chzo? But where are all the cultists now? Fled, as the notes we read said. Soon after construction finished, huh? So the Delia person from the Countdown lead up trilogy kind of had a happier ending, maybe, by getting out while the going was good, even if the getting out is crashing her car fatally. And who are you two? Dr. Samantha Hardy, and everyone across time who shares the last name have to be directly related? And Janine Orzechowski, freelance journalist for a couple of magazines. Could it have been her magazine? Maybe she wrote for the one in the lobby. And how'd you get here? Was just having a little snoop. They sure love throwing people, don't they? Down elevators, into holding cells. Oh, you know it's bad when she does want to talk about the scientific work she's done. That makes it sound worse, Doctor. You're working for a pain cult, and you don't want to tell us what scientific work you did for them. Now that leaves it to our imagination, and our imagination is probably worse than what it actually was. Why are we being held here? Well, the game is 6 days of sacrifice. Didn't the note say that they have to keep us imprisoned for 6 days and then it doesn't matter? Maybe it is a sacrificial imprisonment. Now, who's canning? Doesn't think she's ever seen the prince. Well, that's because we had the privacy filter up. And then who was the man in the hat? Some mercenary. Now, the he doesn't know Trilby. The author commentary says that kind of spoils the secret that she's the scientist responsible for the Trilby cloning program. So she's kind of being a bit coy when she says, I don't know who that is, possibly some mercenary hired, huh? How is that relevant, Miss basically the mother of the clones? Now, who was the man in red? And we don't mean Canning. You know what, Janine being possessed, or slowly being possessed by Defoe, it's kind of interesting that she's the one who knows about Trilby the most and has the most belief in his existence. Well, I'm gonna guess Sam does, cloning the guy. Now, there are bathrooms in these barracks, right? We're not being stuck in here, expected to use a corner, are we? I like this gentle little piano they got going for this scene here. Day 2. Day 2 na. July 25th, we're getting ever closer to that sacred July 28th date. Bunks. There's a locker here. Is it locked, the locker? Oh, it is a locked locker. Something's holding it shut from the inside. Can we shimmy it? We have a journal, we got our own hands. I don't think we have anything to shimmy it with, though. What have we got on the back door? Hello? We got little baby boy John Defoe. Oh, don't use the F word around him. Not that F word. One head exploding into a mask head is funny, but both. He doesn't like the tone that Harold's waking up, seems cheap. It's a nice tone. Sometimes effective things are cheap. Also, there is a book I want to read on that bunk there. My task to distract the Trilby. Yeah, we'll have the guy who's all bandaged and hobbling do the mercenary distraction. Try to make her a no-nonsense sword with an eye in the bigger picture. Make her the one who's in control, the leader. So you can kill her off meaningfully. Very rationally making the guy in a full body cast distract the muscly armed fit guy. Lure the guard away from the main corridor. Give her the chance to slip in. What about Janine? What's Janine's role in all this? Just being enigmatic and hiding out someplace? Call when I've achieved my objective, or if there's any point I wish to discuss. And Janine's number 2. Oh, yeah. Click on the phone in the top menu. We've seen the phone already. Phones included because of all the puzzles that involve talking to certain people after certain events. It's a measure against having to backtrack. Fun fact, that's why phones are made in real life too. Whoops, wrong button. Let's call Sam. Make sure the phones actually do work down here. Is there something I'm supposed to be doing? I got the guard away from the door. I haven't left the room yet. I'm right in front of you. I got the guard away from the door. You sure? Excellent. She's really trusting. I haven't even moved from this spot yet. Yeah, and I'm still here. I haven't left. Remove on a more permanent basis. Tell me about the extent of my injuries. Would I heal within the next 5 days? My neck broke on impact. I'd have been dead if I tried to move. Left elbow and humerus are shattered. That's not very humorous, as is my left kneecap. And a hairline fracture in my skull. What kind of work were you doing for the Order? The one thing we were told not to ask about. Not prepared to reveal that. So what, you gotta just take it to your grave, Dr. Hardy? At least tell me what kind of scientist you are. So let it go over our heads. A biochemist, that's it! That's not so complex to understand, at least. A difference of opinion. Believes a scientist has to be morally flexible in the name of progress. Sam, yeah, ethics committee. You are why we have ethics committees. Why are you being so secretive? Miss Unethical Scientist for the Pain Cult. She's more of an optimist. She has been with ophthalmology the longest. Who do you think the man is in red is as long as we're doing our exposition early in? No idea? And we're worried about Janine. We could worry about Janine, we could ask about Janine, we could also give her a call. She was too afraid to come out and help us. She had an indomitable spunk when we were on the cell. I'm sure she knows exactly what isolation and imprisonment can do to a person. But where is Janine? Okay, what's this book have for me? Twice did the 28th day of the 7th month pass, and the prince gazed with great concern upon the land of technology, as a carving of the slave passed through the hands of a great many ignorant men of technology. But the king would not let him take his vengeance. For he said, "The guide seeks the carving of the slave, and it is through this desire he shall fulfill his destiny. It will not be long before the guide learns that his true duty has not yet been completed. And then he shall do as I have foreseen." And as the king said it, so it was so. For the bridge keeper did touch one of the ignorant men, and by way of their conjoined hands was the thief wife thrown down. And truly did she know the name of the king. And with this act, the guide said, "I see you know, bridge keeper. I have found you, and I have not forgotten." And he came to the tree that was a prince's soul, for it was here that the carving of the slave had been brought. What's behind this door now that we're not in a dream sequence? Janine? There's a cushion and a symbol on a wall altar. Kneel on the cushion, prostrate yourself. I'm not sure if I should be praying to someone yet. Refrigerator has a note too. Book of Prayers 2:7. The body is a physical form. It is a sum of what time has made it to be. And so it is of the past. The mind is sharp and logical. It concerns itself with the here and now, and so it is of the present. The soul is love and hope. It is the dreams of what is to come, and so it is of the future. Body, mind, soul, past, present, future. We give thanks for them all in the name of the king. So what you microwaving in there, Janine? The cultists eat, reassuring. Is there food in the fridge? Either locked or the door is stuck. Ah, come on, Yahtzee! It's certainly big enough to hold food for quite a few people. At least give us an open fridge, so we could see that yes, they do eat across the week of imprisonment here. Spinning in place. What do you think we should do now? Not sure, ask Sam. Will you be helping us take Canning hostage? She can't. Don't think I could face him. Can't even bear being in the same room. What are you so afraid of, Janine? Or who is the question, actually? Who are you so afraid of? Him. The one who's out there. You're the one who sent the tip? Well, congrats, you dragged me into this mess, then. Typical cops, isn't it? Sending somebody else before they put themselves into danger. An unregistered basement extension. What do you make of Dr. Hardy? Don't know much more than us. Yeah, but you've known her longer than we have, at least then. You were both sharing the same cell. No more love for the cult than us. Yeah, no more love for us either. Tell me about Trilby. So she's willing to talk about Trilby. She's very motor-mouthed about him. But at a deeply primal level, also fears the guy and doesn't even want to utter his name or be in the same room as him. Turns out, part of Yahtzee's role in history is also in fictionalizing Trilby. He puts out a series of games, y'all think, oh cool, such a cool game character, forget all about the person. We had such a horrible nightmare. We were in this room where there's a real freak of nature there, no offense, Janine. Do you think that's a deliberate connection? In the nightmare, we see John Defoe cowering in the kitchen. In the morning, who do we see cowering in the kitchen but Janine? Maybe there is something to that interpretation. Granny says she was a little bit sensitive. That could be why then. We did play Death Mark 2 not too long ago. Psychic sensitivity leading to spiritual possession. Okay, what I'm gonna do though is I'm going to leave Theo here, praying in front of the altar, because it's about time for me to feed the cats right now. It's a little bit later, in fact, but with the time change about to flip over, I kind of want to get them used to eating food a little bit later each day, because that way, by the time the time chain rolls around for us, it'll be right on time for them. So, I'm going to get myself some more drink, I'm going to get the cats some food, and then we're going to continue our sacrificial duties. Alright, was that long enough of a BRB? Maybe now by this point, Trilby has walked off and has gotten himself lost in the corridors, and there's nothing we have to do anymore? What do we say, Sam? Is he gone? We got the guard away. We BRB'd for so long he went to take a bathroom break. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Oh, it did not work. Now the locker was locked in the dream. Is it open in the waking world? Won't open. Oh, it's one of these four-letter word. It's a four-letter word lock. Oh, I don't have access to every letter though. So you can't write in. You can't write in funny words. Maybe it's... I can't write agony. But what if we were to save here for come back with code to get into it early? Yeah. What if I try to see if I could sneak into it early? We'll put a save there. We'll get the... Whoa. We don't know how to operate this. So I can lure him away with myself shambling over. He's being very polite, not just tackling me down. He's not trying too hard to chase after this practically crippled Decab. Any useful things in here we could use? Security lock? We still have no use of this stuff, do we? Can't access the functions. Hello? You're new. What have we got here? Some kind of ancient skeleton dressed in the remnants of an anorak. Legman? There's a huge hole in the back of his skull too. What you doing here? There's a physical disturbance, some kind of manifestation hovering above the ground. Looks so strange to my eyes, like a black hole in the air itself. What if I lure Trilby here? And the tall man comes out, wanting a round two, since he was denied the pleasure of pain at the end of Trilby's notes. Huh. I'm thinking maybe that's the solution then. Trilby, could you follow me, please? Language, Yahtzee, language. Wordlessly comes at you, doesn't even follow you into adjoining rooms. He did this time. Didn't want to get bogged down in AI coding. Fair. I like how Trilby is just stomping all over the place in frustration, waiting for Yahtzee to finish. A shorter, punchier version of the entirely random Dark World theme from Notes? Cool. The tall man carries a Dark World around with him. Like in his pocket? The hotel, Trilby, remember? And the anorak, for those who didn't forget how he was dressed. Disemboweling animation coming up is a pretty good one, huh? Ooh, ooh. The stab in and the rip back out. You getting excited there? Don't touch the door. Hold on, let's go back into the door. We're gonna touch that door after all, see if there's any remains. No anorak corpse and just a giant puddle of blood. A massive splatter of blood left behind, no doubt, when the guard was torn up by that tall man. Slurp it up! We're not touching it. Yahtzee, please. It's like 2007 or so by now. As more trilbies are killed and John Defoe's influence seeps into the rest of the base, main corridor slowly turns into the Defoe Manor basement, but a more elongated, donut-shaped version of it. Not man? 287? Father! Oh, there's some manacles. Your last 3 hours of work and your hype for the I Will stream on Friday, you and me both don't trust the door. The plan for Halloween would have been getting dressed up and going to karaoke, doing some karaoke songs, maybe of Halloween themes. But boyfriend, unfortunately, has been given a closing shift at work for Halloween night, and he's very bitter. He kind of resigns himself to, yeah, sure, fine, for coworkers who have the night off because they got kids, they got to celebrate Halloween with their kids. And he's very bitter towards the younger employees who have the night off. He's like, well, you guys don't have kids. How come you get the night off and I don't? And I was like, well, Mace, you also, they also get to celebrate the holiday. It's not just for you, it's for anyone, right? So it's only just fair. You had the day off last year, they have the day off this year. And so because he's working until close and probably won't be home until 11, and so we won't be doing karaoke, that means I get to spend all night catching up on that I Will stream when it comes out. Good news, Sam. Well, you could have just called her. We don't have to backtrack. That's the exact reason why he put the phone mechanic in the game, to prevent backtracking. We saw some kind of a monster. He looked like a man, but tall, thin, like a stick man. But not slender, specifically predates Slendy. Whatever we think we saw is gone now. We don't know that. How are you so certain, Sam? What do you know that we don't? Before we tell her the guard's away from the door, can we tell Janine about the monster we saw? I think I saw the man you're so scared of. Well, yeah, I'm pretty sure you would have. She's not talking as if the man she's spooked by is an obvious spook. She's like, I know you think it's silly. You're wondering why I'm scared of him. If she was referring to the bloody, tall specter, it'd be fairly obvious, wouldn't it? I'm gonna pick up some snacks, energy drinks, to help your friend move. So you hope it's not 24 hours. Or you mean the I will stream being 24 hours, or the helping with the move? Either way, I'm sure the timeline should align pretty well. That you won't have to worry too much about missing out on too much if the friend help time takes too long. Okay, Doc. We'll tell you now that the guard is away from the door, terminally. What if you tried to go into the office without Sam? I never picked up on that. Tells us to distract him and then wants us over there. No reason why she could have done both, Major Bitch again. He's gonna spend all this time talking about how poor Theo has all this work foisted onto him by such a bitchy Sam. My dude, you wrote the Sam. Sam will have to take Canning prisoner. I'm too smashed up. Okay. I'm pretty sure would have said that if I tried to go without her too. Okay, Doc. We're here. For some reason, doing a lot of reading gets my nose extra stuffy. Killed him? No, not directly. Led him to a monster. I'm sure she's very familiar. Tell him the truth, Sam. He was just a clone. It doesn't count. There's gotta be more Trilbies. Sam is not bothered in the slightest by Trilby being killed. I mean, as far as the events of the game, she's seen two so far then. She knows something that we don't. Something to do with the seeming invincibility. Well, one Trilby is a surprise. Two's kind of unexpected. Surely there won't be three. Oh, and there comes a hint as early as the second day. Whacking it over the player's head that Sam has something to do with the Trilbies. Hold on to the clone revelation as long as possible and leak out little trickles of clues. I mean, off the bat, there's something funny about Trilby. He's like over 200 years old by now. He's a stickler and very rude, and he keeps on coming back to life. So already, one would think there's something really up with him. I'd be very surprised if the elevator still works. Can only be called from the upper floor by a high-ranking acolyte, and everyone else has fled. What if we just climb up the elevator? He's telling big fat porkies. Ladder up the shaft, or at the very least, the rest of the mechanism of the elevator workings. I'm sure it wouldn't be easy. I haven't tried to climb up an elevator shaft with or without a ladder. But I figure if these guys are desperate to get out, we're going to give him the torture of the mind. He is going to feel the agony of boredom. Oh, she fell for the bait. Feel free to question the prisoner. I guess we get more exposition. always trying to get into my mind. Are you going to tell us what she is hiding? She did say to go ahead and interrogate him. Manipulating people into wasting their time. Are you saying, Yahtzee, this exposition isn't needed then? He has a permanent expression of self-satisfaction on his face he finds very infuriating. I know people like that. That is a very definition of punchable face. Looks like you failed, old man. We're loose. You're locked up. Well, technically, we're all locked up down here. Hate to break it to you, but your guard is dead. Guard's condition may not be as permanent as you believe. We haven't found the cloning room. Can't you see your order has abandoned you? Rubbish. Oh, he doesn't know. He does not know that this place is meant to be built and then abandoned. So what's the deal with the cult? Yeah, I don't want it CV. Just tell us what the deal is. The true way to purification through suffering. Well, there's already plenty of that. You don't gotta buy into it. He hasn't paid enough tears to know about the sacred texts that say what the true agendas are. Tell us about these blessed agonies. All three aspects must experience the blessed agony. The body, physical pain, beating, burning, cutting. We've fallen down an elevator shaft and lived. Agonies of the mind, boredom, fear, insanity. Soul, more fine. You know, we've already got 1/3 down. We might end up experiencing the other agonies. They keep saying the agony of the soul can only be experienced once. How few connections they have in life that they haven't lost people over and over again. Why are being held here? To protect the secret this complex exists, or maybe it's more accurate to the title we're being held here for 6 days as a sacrifice. In time to let him know too, yeah. I'm sure that the revelation for him is going to be very illuminating. It's going to be a heat upon his mind. It's going to really blow his mind. What was Dr. Hardy doing for you? She won't tell us, you tell us. We tried, now you do. Yeah. If he wants to get into our head and sow distrust among us, he'd hate to spoil the surprise. Well, then who's the tall man in black? He says that, but given that he is meant to stay behind here and guard the prisoners until the pyre's complete, I'm sure those higher up know a whole lot more than he does. Do you know the man in red? We're all mans in red. Doesn't know him. And we don't have the guns, so we can't finish him off. Where did those guns go? Excuse me. Okay, girls, what should I do now? What should we do now? Not sure? Ask Sam. Alright. Sam? How's it going with the security door? Not wonderfully. Two security panels that must both be deactivated. One wants a keycard, the other a passcode. And then simultaneously unlocking mechanisms. Alright, find keycard, find passcode. And by chance the door is now open. No? No. This is like playing Wordle, but I've only got very few letters to work with. I can't spell EQ. Hey, chillin' chum. Oh? Oh, mum. Omar! Omar's the password? No, Omar's not the password. Did I see the video you sent me? I did. I watched the 16 seconds of it, and then I sent it to another Discord server that enjoys D&D stuff. Ep ep. So the first letter is a vowel. Enoch is not the answer. Oh, what about? We haven't really explored Canning's office. We've been in there twice to try to capture him, but haven't really explored. Documents? How's the stranger in? The stranger in is going really well. We're all broken apart now. Thick stack of useless accounting reports, not sure why I even picked them up. Oh, there's a staple. The staple is more important than all their bookkeeping. Heavy duty industrial staple. We're gonna stick this through Trilby's eye the next time he revives. We live in the universe of technology or the scientific realm, where magic is very sparse. Our shadow is a universe of magic, or ethereal realm, where magic and magical creatures are abundant. In olden times, it was easier for entities to travel between the realms, hence the old stories of fantastic creatures. The druid Kabadath, circa 55 BC, created a bridging portal quite easily, using a comparatively simple ritual. Kabadath's summoning circle was circular in nature, and this hallway is a big circle around a hub. You think this might be a human transmutation circle, Al? Too bad Shubi threw the idol into space, only for it to get burned. Well, as I was saying yesterday, Chillin' Chum, the idol is a physical wooden thing. If it's on Earth, it's going to be exposed to all sorts of bacteria and things. If it's in space, it's going to be exposed to cosmic radiation. So eventually it's going to decay either way. So maybe there is a little bit of inevitability in the wood that is the soul breaking apart. If not in the present, if not in 200 years or 400 years, then maybe in some sort of geological cosmic time span. Since then, however, the background level of magic in the scientific realm has faded, and a ritual much larger in scope was required to transport any entity from one realm to another. Human transmutation circle? The coffin could have had a layer of lead? It could have, and in fact, I'm pretty sure that the analysis of the Mephistopheles was lead and other alloys. Only thing being, it could have hit as a sun. I mean, space is huge. And I guess, as far as current scientific understanding knows, objects are moving apart a lot more than they're getting close together. So one lead coffin shot out to space. If everything's drifting away from each other, maybe might not hit a sun or anything anytime soon, but who's to say? All sorts of dice out in space that could be rolled. The ritual calls for the creation and sacrifice of a bridge. A living creature with ties to both realms, usually an entity born in the scientific realm, but later having their aspect imbued with magic. When all three of the bridge's aspects, body, mind, and soul, are annihilated in conjunction, echoes of weakness ripple through the membrane between the realms and a portal can be opened. Exactly how long the portal remains open depends on the puissance of the bridge. There's a notepad here too. Got no use for blank notepads. Clearly a man who never draws, never sketches. Judging by the indentation, someone wrote down a series of numbers we can't quite make out. We haven't got a pencil. Computer? Canning left some kind of environmental control program open. First option is the only if there's anything. He hates how all the computers and games have only one obscure function, made it look like there's more going on, but it's an illusion. Alright. So we have level 1, 2, 3 security. We can cycle the ventilators and the thermostat. I can't believe it. He's predicted FNAF. Cycling the ventilators. It makes a cycling message pop up. That's not nothing. Reset the thermostat. Resetting. It's no longer at 34 degrees. Release. Level 3 security. The function is not available from this terminal. Release. Level 2 security. Not available from this terminal. Level 1 then. Open the door. So what have we not been to for level 1 security? We've been to medical and the next door room. Any papers or pencils here I could use? There's all these papers on the desk. All the drawers are empty. Not a single pencil anywhere. You find yourself lucky you found Yahtzee's games a long time ago in your early teens. Don't touch the door. Same. I think by then I would have been in my mid or late teens when I found them. But it was a good time to find them. Only 5 days a stranger and 7 days a skeptic was out. You were so excited for Trilby's notes and 6 days a sacrifice. I think I was at a similar boat where But the time I was playing, it was primarily 5 days and 7 days. But I hadn't really kept up with things. I was playing other games too. Like I said, by that point, I found like the first game or the first two games, and I was a teenager excited for any free game I could find online. But then after that, I was a proper adult with a dwindling disposable income, and so had other games I could play and enjoy and purchase. But every time I looked back and there was a new game, that was excitement. That was new Chzo games I would get to enjoy. Straightforward inventory puzzles, less and less in games because you're just too common at adventures. Dialogue puzzles and clever use of movement and resources instead. A variant of the blindly select options from computer screen puzzles. As the end of Full Throttle, I do know folks who love Full Throttle too. Would have been a text interface, but couldn't be arsed. You were checking out the AGS forums and site for more point and clicks? That's a good resource. When I was a little teen, just looking for like prowling Ambadonia, prowling Home of the Underdogs, was also prowling the AGS stuff every once in a while. Because even though AGS stuff are more like amateur people or indie stuff at best, putting stuff out, it was still really cool things people were making, some real creative stuff. I can't remember all the things I played that people were putting out on AGS. I'm kind of tempted after playing so many of these to go back and try to find some of the other ones I played. What's the current input? That's the current input. It's all staticky. Change camera. Camera 5 is restricted via code. How about 4? Is that, what's his name's office? Canning's office? What if we review the input then? Maybe we could see. So maybe it's not. I'm having some fun here because even though I played this game so many years ago, I've forgotten pretty much all the puzzles. And so I'm actually excited here because wait a minute, maybe it's not find a pencil and do the scribble over the notepad. Maybe it's review the input and see what the code was before he disposed of it. Oh, what do we have there? Shows Canning working on his desk, something written on the notepad of the corner, but can't quite make it out. Oh, we have the solution here then. Download the current image to his cell phone, then lens with the cell phone, maybe? It seems to have some magnifying properties now. Duty and Beyond. July 2006. I don't think I played this one. Search all games, explore more games. If I sort this by year, there's a filter. Panel rating, player rating, awards, game length, release type. Year, here we go. 2014 and older. Oh, that's such a wide net, though. Indiana Jones and the Gold of Genghis Khan. They've been making Indiana Jones fan games. The one trouble in sorting year by 2014 and below is it starts at the top with 24th December 2014 and then goes backwards from there. So if I want to find things from like 2003, 4, and 5, Page 1 goes from 24 December to 10th of August. Oh, there we go. Only 33 pages to sort through. Page 33. Release date unknown, release date unknown, release date unknown. 22nd of March 2000 as the earliest. So maybe if I've only got 33 pages to go through, I could try to find some of those antediluvian adventure game studio games. I can't access the photo here, so what if I just use the lens on the monitor? We could make out with the numbers on the notepad. 7759. Cool. Will it work with here though? 7759 for camera number 5? No. What other cameras do we have? 3 is in some unknown room with vats. Large glass tube standing in a row against a wall. And who's it for? Canning's office. 2 is the barracks. Or a storage facility. What is a barracks but a body storage facility? And camera 1. The corridor, but not the one outside. Seven, 759, right? Hey, we got it. There's a wheel. Sam, a fantastic news. We found the passcode. And now we need the key card, right? There's not too many things around here, so I feel like maybe it's in the locker. But I haven't got the code for the locker. 4 letters. The first word is a vowel, so I can't make it something obvious like pain. Or Chzo. Hold up, hold up. I think a possibility has just come to mind. 4 letters, starts with a vowel. O, P, E, N? Open? Open? It's not gonna open? Oh, it was open after all. Cool. Key card. I wonder if there's a hint to that, or if it's only the type of puzzle that you're supposed to puzzle through until you realize a pattern. Civilian clothes for one of the cultists, take him. He can't fathom a use for him. His clothes are all torn up himself. Maybe he doesn't want to be walking around in bloody rags. The word hub printed on it. Yeah, and yet she keeps making this broken bureaucrat do all the work for her. Turn both wheels simultaneously? Sure, let me just use my good arm. I need both hands free. Janine! Leave it to me, I guess. The only place for being heavily injured is a gameplay issue, unless you count walking slower. He's not even all that slow comparatively. Other things you probably shouldn't technically be able to do, like rumpy pumpy. I'm sure we could do some rumpy pumpy like this. You just gotta do it within his range of motion. Why am I walking all the way over there? Cell phone. Janine, get your ass out here. Help us with the wheels. We need your help to open the hub. And maybe for some rumpy pumpy. Doesn't think she. Come on. I'm too broken. Janine does a complete 180, changes her mind. I would think she was convinced. Her state of mental flux, her own personality battles to push away John Defoe's influence. And then it turns out there is no elevator behind the doors after all. Instead, a giant tentacle whips out. Same sound from Half-Life you ripped off for the reactor room in 7 days, but messed around with somewhat. She's gonna go in, and she's either never gonna come out or come out all bloodied and beaten. I mean, she said herself, she's unethical and she works for a pain cult, doing research she doesn't want reflecting badly on her. I think she's told us plenty. Dead! Something that deserves a little research. I'm sure we could have used some imagination with it. I mean, horror media isn't exactly shy about using an excessive amount of blood. Oh, now we're spoiling Silent Hill 3 too. Dude. Can't believe you spoiled it. What would it be by this point? 6-year-old game? Three-year-old game? She sees what I am. He's all forums this, forums that. I miss forums. Social media is alright, but I feel like you miss something. Just going the public fire hose kind of microblogging type of social media like Twitter or Blue Sky. Give me a good old thematic, moderated experience like a forum. Oh, is it too late at night now? Night has fallen. The prince is on patrol. Well, that's okay because he found the security room. All I gotta do is monitor the cameras and keep the security locks up or down depending on where he is. Imagine that for a fun spin-off game. Theo de Cobb FNAF. Just stuck in the security room all night, monitoring the prince's activities in the hallway. Give or take a few inexplicable teleports at a Germanic gentleman. He's still clinging to the idea of escape. Why resist the insanity? He's already experienced the agony of the body. Why not experience the agony of the mind, too? Well, she's gonna get buried all right under miles of rubble. I don't know about properly. You got any fat loot on you, Doctor? There's nothing more I can do. Wait a minute. Cell phone? Sam? There's no reply. Door won't open. How about this door? This one opens though. Many trilbies concealed throughout the complex infrastructure. Now, how about that for a spin-off game? Lemmings but trilbies. During the night, the tall man goes on trilby hunts. Okay, should I have saved? It's been a while since I saved. Back when we wore glasses, what if everything looks absolutely normal, but it simply looks as messed up as it does because he hasn't had a pair of glasses for days now? Theo de Cobb is very nearly an anagram for Kabadath. Nearly, but isn't completely. Mild heartburn for the tall man. Day 3 already? Halfway through the game and it's only been 3 hours. July 26th. We're set for July 28th on day 5, aren't we? Day 5 and then containment breach for day 6. Now how's he gonna get in the hub? The door's closed. And he's too banged up to open the second wheel. Sam won't reply. Nothing more we can do. Call her up. Sam's phone is still switched on? We were kind enough to turn her phone off first. First we'll call Janine. What? Whoops. Press. Get the hub open again. That's my strategy. Only way out. He's being drawn toward it. And like any good moth would tell you, if you feel drawn towards something, the safest thing to do is to answer the pull. She's not gonna help us. Where are you first? She's back in the barracks in the sleeping quarters. Don't tell me to come out. See, Mr. Man in Red teleporting people to safety is just confusing them and freaking them out even more. You all right? Yes, no, not all right. Something happened to you last night? The personality shift is becoming notable. Talking through the eye holes of a mask? A wielding mask, perhaps? Do you notice that he changes the main corridor? Or does it always look like a murder dungeon to you? Becoming a kind of dungeon, brick walls, blood everywhere, dirt floor. Isn't it always like that? What if we found out for certain what's inside the hub? If it was safe, it'd have to be really, really safe, like a petting zoo. So who's on the Sam phone? Sam? C. D. Nuts. 2. 7. 4. 1. Okay, 2741. Where else do we know that we go? Ooh, Trilby. He remembers being dead. I mean, if these are clones of Trilby that they got off the bloody waistcoat, maybe he remembers dying in Trilby's notes. Shouldn't try to work science into a game out of moral sorcerers. You see that, Scott Cawthorne? You don't need... We got this scientific remnant that causes hauntings. Ghost haunt, it's what they do. Perhaps he hasn't been conditioned yet. Sam's dead. He doesn't have that motherly love to shape him up. He's a newborn. The cultists haven't had the chance to brainwash him. So, Janine, scratch that. Turns out he's alive after all. Oh, what if Janine won't come out? We have his set of arms to help us out then. Who are you? They even managed to clone his slacks, his waistcoat, his hat. You can't possibly be Trilby. He's 200 years old by now. He's dead. He's long gone. Well, yeah, if Trilby's dead, he remembers being there. Well, there you go. He's Trilby QED. How'd you come back to life then, Trilby? And yet, here he is. Recent events forced me to reassess this. But Trilby, we rolled the stone from away from your tomb and saw that it was empty. You don't remember working for the Order. So what does he remember? His name? The fact that he died? John Defoe and his years of research? Remembers John Defoe? And other memories return from it? Two places at once, much like this corridor? So that does sound more like he remembers dying at the hotel in Trilby's notes and not the various deaths of all these clones around him. Gravitate to the spot where one of his clones died last night? Like something important happened here? That's your blood right here, man. Your insides are outside. You should look around where you woke up. And I think I've already forgotten the code from the phone. What was it? Sam, not Sam. Refresh me here. 274127. Oh, that door's open. The camera room, is it? I can't quite tell because all the symbols of the door are fading away. Level 5 is restricted. Is this the 2741 code? It is. Some kind of wide circular chamber viewed from above must be the hub. What's in it? There's nothing in it but the remnants of some old ruined building. Nothing but static, nothing but static, nothing but static. Alright. Current input. He can tell through the snow. So I guess it's good enough. We'll download this to our phone. Show Janine that it's perfectly safe. I've seen what's inside the hub. It's not quite a petting zoo. If anything, that's even more hinting if it brings her comfort. When she sees the ruined house, she doesn't feel so afraid. A place where she could find peace at last, huh? It's a spontaneous word thing, but a serendipity worked. She's working for him now. Well, I'm sure that's not going to put a dampener on their future relationship. Cloning lab. He doesn't really know the kinds of components of machinery going to cloning labs. That's all right, Trilby or Yahtzee. This is a sci-fi Yeah, it's a future. Things are compact. Most things are wireless. If he's writing a sci-fi future, it doesn't matter what things actually look like. It's all fantasy anyway. What if there's an antechamber between? What if you simply close the door after him? He's a polite council worker after all. Oh yeah, we also have kind of forgot about Canning. He's still in his little cell. No bathroom, no food. What's on the lab table? Spotless. Refrigeration unit. Vials of blood and plasma in there. Lumps of tissue in petri dishes. Computer? The hard drive scrubbed, only one file left. The Clan Bronwyn Hotel incident took the soul of the bridge keeper from us and delayed the coming of the king for hundreds of years. But at the same time, it brought the prince to us with the solution already in hand. The prophecy in the Book of Chzo demands that the guide assist the creation of the bridge. Obviously, he could not do that if he was long since dead of old age. But the sample of his blood provided by the prince was enough to ensure that the guide would exist for more than long enough to fulfill his destiny. The prince had a very good grasp of cloning technology capabilities, apparently. Glass cylindrical tubes, big enough for a human to stand in. No technology he recognizes. That's because this is not technology he recognizes. This is the remodeling lab of Tarantula from Extra Power Attack of Dark Force. Chula chula. Someone in there with skin as white as alabaster. He's a synth. There's a hat. Something awfully familiar about it. Take the hat. Don the hat. Become the Trilby. It wouldn't suit me. At this time, another came to the tree that was the prince's soul, and this other was of the faith, but blinded by pride, and he was a prideful acolyte. And the prideful acolyte threw down the guide, and subjecting the guide to the blessed agony of the body, he called forth the prince, and the prince crossed over to the land of technology. And the prince was much displeased, for the prideful acolyte would in his arrogance interfere with the destiny of the guide. And so he threw down the prideful acolyte, and the prideful acolyte became the puppet, and knew the name of the king. And with great fear did the guide take up the soul of the bridge keeper, immune to its influence, for the bridge keeper was also greatly fearful, and he hid the soul of the bridge keeper away to a place where it would meet its final destiny. And the prince and the puppet took their message to the Order of the Blessed Agonies. A new badge showed up. Really, don't touch the door. In which context? A Twitch badge? A pixel skull. Oh, if you like pixel skulls, you're gonna love the sub badges that Punchy has. What is this place? $21.89, so he's well outside of his time. He's pretty sure he has lost a century or two. Anything coming back now that he's here in his birthing place? Nothing from this room. Alright, so we got two able bodies that want to know more about John Defoe and reveal something. Which means two pairs of hands to open to turn the wheels for me. This complex is dangerous, as so many other trilbies have found out. Are they? This place is pretty barren. Could you help us open a door? That's a second pair of hands? Not right now. How should he know? Maybe now that we've got him here and we've got some answers, and we had Janine willing to help us get into the hub, maybe he'll just show up behind us? Despite this being a looping corridor with many rooms in it, there's actually a whole lot less than I remembered there being. Because there's not too many things we can do in each room. Which I guess for me means that the pace is so much quicker than I recall too. Haven't spoken to Canning yet today. Dr. Hardy is dead. What, does it not like sparrows? What do you mean by protection? We'll get all the exposition out before we go into the hub? They're under the guiding hand of God, more like under the foot of Chzo. And as far as a brainwashed lunatic goes, not even a high-ranking one. Tell us what Dr. Hardy was doing here. Very clearly, she can't tell us anymore. Your guard seems to be alive again. Is that gonna loosen his lips? You think he rose from the grave? Now we've seen his tubes. The questions bore him. We're subjecting him to the agony of boredom after all. So who is John Defoe? Maybe that name will rattle something in his head. The bridge keeper. He's willing to give this information. We're all John Defoe this blessed day. No straight answer. Is he saying John Defoe is gay or bi? If you can figure out what Dr. Hardy was doing, will help. Alright. So, what was Dr. Hardy doing with all these trilby clones that keep coming back? And some kind of laboratory with tubes of trilbies? Cryogenicist? Genetic engineer? A cloner? Wasn't here as a scientist at all? She was a remodeler. She wasn't cloning Trilby. She was transforming the people they capture into the new Trilbies. That's what Janine was being captured for, and what I was sent down here for. Even in my battered body state, they could genetically remodel my body to fit that of him. No, he was a clone. She was cloning. Why? Why need clones of this particular individual? Come on, DeCab. You've been getting passages from the Book of Chzo. Newborn reacts to images of its mother. We haven't got any images of the Mrs. Trilby. The have you figured out the plot yet dialogue puzzle. See, Yakuza games, like a Dragon games? I think after, what has it been, like 9, 10 games by now, we could use a bit of innovation for the massive half-hour info dump parts. Creating a harem for herself. I mean, Trilby is supposed to be kind of a handsome guy, isn't he? She, uh, she certainly couldn't have chosen worse Swedish guy. Picture of the mother. Do we count Sam as the mother, having been the one to have cloned him? Her body's not going to be there, is it? Now she's still here? Sam, we kind of have to drag you over to Trilby real quick. The ID card she wore in her lab coat is not here. Did somebody put in the trash? Drawers are empty. The bin. Look in the bin. Nothing but ashes. I can't believe they burned her ID card. This box alone is a separate thing from the shelf. Is a box of anything? Empty. What if I just want to take the box? You know what? Janine probably took it. Janine probably took it as a memento. I can't imagine it just suddenly manifesting in any other room. I say as the hallway transforms, as people teleport around. Hiding herself away in the kitchen. Or not. Janine, where'd you get to? Do you have Hardy's ID card? Just wanted to remember her in some way. This person you've just met that you know nothing about? Yeah, and so where are you, Janine? Do you want to meet up, but there's no way to say yes? Did she warp back into the kitchen? No. Do you want to meet up and we can't say yes? Just talk to you later, what now, or repeat the conversation? Maybe she's at the door then. Maybe she would have been huddled up in the kitchen if I didn't tell her to get the door open. If I didn't show her the picture inside. Yeah, there she is. I'm pretty sure it says. Even the narration putting doubts. Is this really Janine? Kate Trilby, do you recognize this person? Take a look at this photograph. Could he meet her? I mean, if he wants to meet a corpse. Hearty dead, so it's not just a picture. It's the name that gives recognition to him. Well, with my financials beyond the door, you want to turn a wheel for me? There's a door that needs two people to open it? I like how this puzzle could be boiled down to how do we open a door? All the things to get a door open. Yeah, it's fine. You stay there. He'll stay at this wheel. And you two just turn it once. Well, maybe Yahtzee Avatar. Maybe she hasn't seen the prince. The way he puts it like that in the author commentary, I just figure that if she's possessed by Defoe, she's scared of Trilby in general. But with the consideration that she does see the hallway differently, she might see Trilby differently. It could be a Saya no Uta situation. He won't hurt us, little Defoe. Jane Defoe. Janine Defoe. Oh, come on, the door doesn't want to open. Fuse. Fuse. There's always got to be one thing, isn't there? Rather overdone fuse box business put in because he did a puzzle to break up the group a little bit. Does it? They went in together but wasn't as intimidating? What exactly is Janine doing when we can't see her? Okay, so maybe there is a more narrative purpose to it. Because I've forgotten most of these bits, except for after this point a whole bunch of Chobi's dying off. So the purpose is to separate us from Janine for a bit, that's one thing. But since I didn't remember that, what I was anticipating then was just, okay, one more puzzle to pad things out, we got the staple, put the staple in the fuse box, come back. Not so much to pace things out, but for the anti-pacing, but fine, he's got a reason for it. There's a justification for the fuse box this time. Staple to the fuse box. Any bit of metal will do, pennies, staples. Fine, open the fuse box first. Then staple to the fuse box. Fingernail clippings for more silicone-based life forms. Wasn't saying anything or responding to Trilby. We don't know that. We just have your word for it, Author Avatar. Even if they didn't break up the group, I could totally understand her just barging right in, and then we could have seen her not listening or responding to us. They don't eat, they don't poop. Their task is to stand here and not stop anybody. Very good workers. Sorry, Trilby, but yeah. Not only that, but you are in fact in a simulation. That's why everything's so blocky. Makes him seem spaced out. No, I think it makes him level-headed. Oh, I'm a clone. Kind of figured it out. All right, let's go. Yeah, it's build up. Nothing wrong with it. A little bit of build up. A little bit of build up, some hesitation, then we jump right in. Three different copies of the image, blurring them increasingly in Photoshop. Cool. The breathing sound is him breathing into a microphone and then slowing it down. So technically, this is Yahtzee ASMR time. Up until this point, was she about to stab us? Would have gone very poorly for Theo if Trilby hadn't shown up. Just a movie. Okay, that's one Trilby down then. Him breathing like he was having a seizure. Oh boy, now there's two of them. That's some fast movement. Run, fool, run! I got no control! Same welder sprite from 7 Days a Skeptic. Except for a change of skin tone. Huh, really? The music has been phenomenal, and the way he's putting it, it was more of like a last second addition. Reflects sadness, hopelessness. Because John Defoe's life and afterlife, one tragedy after another. Alright, just give us a whole. Just give us a skinny. This is just where they lay out every nuance of the plot. Think the cob, why Trilby? Fell back to his all-purpose multiple-choice plot absorption technique. To act as guards for the complex. Let's get some wrong answers in. Guards can be hired from any street corner. Why Trilby specifically? Well, Trilby is important to the Order's prophecies. They've been seeing the homework they've been laying around for us. Prophecy does not shape the... Does it not? He knows the most about John Defoe. And left documents that I'm sure they could have studied instead. The Order's current leader knows far more about Defoe's nature than Trilby ever did. You're feeling coming close to the truth, though, because there's only one answer left. John Defoe was scared of him. Why do we say that? Because there's no other option to choose. So, if we found some way to clone Roderick Defoe, they would have, they could have. That also been a thing he feared. Yeah. Kinda, sorta. What if the Trilbys keep Defoe scared and in? I mean, there is also the element of the prince is envious of the would have been other prince. But I'm sure it also helps him out to have a spread of the Defoe corruption if there's fewer trilbies. I got no mouse control. More reflective of curiosity than hostility, so it's not too bad that I can't save then. How many days has it been since I was last able to save? I made one save on like day 2. You have to consider whether or not he knew Chzo intended to replace him. Yes, he did. Notices Trilby's notes. So it's sabotage he's after then, and killing off the Trilbys. Yeah, but Chzo was all the way in the realm of magic, though. And what's Chzo know about... What's Chzo know about, like, the nuances of the cult's organization and blueprints? And they very wisely put some salt at the threshold so the tall man can't follow in. And nothing gets young lovers hornier than mutually being scared. That's the passion of the moment, Janine, give into it! Promises easily made, Theo. The very last time we see Janine in a Janine-like state. Which means that the upcoming sequence is probably not a Janine-like state either then. Ooh boy, notorious diddling scene? Well, of course, the man who made it would say it's a justified artistic sex scene. It's gratuitous. It's far-fetched to Cobb being so heavily injured. Heavily injured people could still be so horny. Plus, the high tension, the life or death at their throats. A is Tommy Rot, and B, write it off as artistic license. It was important they get their bone on. Sex is the best way to clearly convey a love relationship's been established. In real life, it's the easiest way to convey that two people have logged on at the same time and saw their messages. The mingling of sex and pain. Clive Barker would approve. Something sinister conveyed in the spark of the eye that we can't see because the author text is in the way. Haha, I say in my silent narrative voice, you bonked Jason Voorhees, hope he was worth it. I mean, I've seen the fan art. Some people absolutely do want to boink Jason Voorhees. By the sixth day, we would both be dead. Okay, those of you from the future, does he ever end up making larger scale graphic adventures, even something compact like Hobbs Barrow? What is it now? He's come to brag about his conquests. Is this a mega bonk stream? Now, when we say mega bonk, he did make the art of theft, that is true. You don't have to concentrate on the animation. But I mean, like, I would still consider art of theft to be of a similar scope, though it is clearly pushing the adventure game studio engine so much more beyond what it was meant for. But I would still say it's fairly pocket sized compared to, let's say, a larger scale adventure product or project. But on these musings, now that a new day has passed, we survived the previous. Theo gotta get some. Then I'm gonna take this moment to grab a BRB, refresh my cup, see how the cats are doing, and then we're gonna come back and then finish this off. There's not too much of it left, I don't think. We've already got it into the hub, so not too much can remain. 1213 engine grew into Art of the Theft. Really? I hadn't realized, since 1213 had slipped by my radar. I did end up finding Art of Theft ages ago and did play that. I hadn't realized it was a build-up from something else. Some prior thing. Give it the classic good save name. And then, I'll return in a bit. Theo's still alive? He hasn't died yet? BRB came and gone, and no prince has snuck up behind him to slam a giant spike through his head? Alright. Cats are fine, drinks are filled, got myself another round of hot cocoa. So let's see how much more of this game there is to go. We got... For the lovers of trivia, that scream. The same one you hear in 7 Days a Skeptic. Where do I feel like the save I made prior is probably going to be a little bit necessary today? There's very little of the futuristic sci-fi laboratory corridor left. Oh, that's gonna be... That's the guy we killed in our dream, wasn't it? Yeah, Canning. The majority of Cubs dialogue for this day is just saying people's names in a questioning tone of voice. No idea how to... Oh, then how do we get in? How do we get in and kill him in our sleep then? We know it is somehow, spread it all over the cell. Well, it sucks to be him. This wasn't scary because he couldn't die. Similar charge leveled at 3D Realms' recent FPS Prey. Dying in most games has lost its sting. Just reload a save game. We're just cutting out the middleman. Now we're gonna get stabbed the moment he stops talking though, because she's walked right up on us. Kitchen door is kind of glowy though. Should I count it as a death every time that I get caught by her? Now naturally if I am, I'm not going to count it for locked in place by the author commentary as he straddles right up to us. But I think I will. I'm going to count every time she catches us for the death counter. Maybe we won't get caught again. Maybe we will. Something glowing behind the door. Oh, hello. Bad memories of having to add extra code to every single room in 7 Days a Skeptic. 2 games ago, and he's still feeling it. Hello. Hey, honey? Could you grab something for the fridge? I'm gonna go back to the bedroom real quick. Oh. Typical girls, isn't it? You get together once and now she can't leave you alone. Man, I can't get in there without working arms. Oh, there's a door there. We got any more woken up trilbies to keep her at bay? We got no more trilbies. What if I wear the hat? If I wear the hat, is that enough to keep the Defoe and her out? I hear her footsteps. No, turn around! Oh, it's okay, it's alright. As long as the door was already activated, she couldn't touch me. Oh, what? Things are rocky between the tall man and Defoe? A weaker aspect of team. Now that is an interpretation I somehow did not get out of Trilby's notes. Pins and needles run up my arm when I pick it up. It doesn't seem to have any weight at all. Now look, Yahtzee, the weird door color is alright. You're drawing inspiration from old adventure games with their limited palettes. Like I'm holding on to the idea of a pickaxe. I'm guessing she spawns for the same point every time we enter the room, so technically it might be kind of easy just hop room to room to get to the other side. Especially if she can't touch me if I've already used door and I'm walking towards it to use it. Pickaxe, no, go away. Out of the way, inventory. Pickaxe to hole. Oh, she's running. Hello? The hole seems to recognize a pickaxe, but I can't... I chased her off, but otherwise I can't go into the hole even after picking it. It hurts! It hurts! Kind of barrier blocking the way like a force field, but also like something else entirely, but I can't go through. Or at least maybe not through this side. What if I let her chase me? And I let her get super close. And then I poke the hole. It's so fun playing a game that I've exhausted well over a decade ago, but it being well over a decade ago means I've forgotten all the solutions. Or at least most of the solutions. Big standout ones like die stick with you, because that's kind of unique and subversive. Closer, 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 hole! Not liking straightforward inventory puzzles anymore. It's an inventory puzzle you have to time properly. Thoroughly superior kind of inventory puzzle. Janino! There you are, little monkey. Leave you alone for 1 second, get back in here right now, young man. But more visceral, more sanguine. Oh, there's agony number 2. That's his agony of the soul now. The man has sex once, and the lady dies. This dick kills. February 3rd. Wait. And the 24th century at that. First idea was have all the days occur in random order. I'm glad he didn't, because Zero Time Dilemma had a lot of its teeth taken out of it because you had no reason to care about any of the characters. Oh wow. First event is somebody dies. I don't know this guy from gym, so who really cares about this? I'm sure it could be done well. Maybe in different medias. But it really didn't for Zero Time Dilemma. Oh my goodness, we got Intersection with the Countdown Trilogy. Are we going to hear the footsteps constantly going back and forth as we try to outpace security guard Climb on his patrol? The very subtle foreshadowing that apparently everybody missed. It's kind of funny how Somerset is just this outside entity, a complete a complete wild card that has nothing to do with anything. He's just managed to bootstrap himself into some circular prophecy throughout history too. From inside the cell, we don't get to see the slight hint of empathy on the doctor's face. Door. The only thing to look at in here, there's a hatch built into it for moving food and small items. Gotta use the door. Got tired of yelling at the guards pretty fast. Could I speak to the door? It won't reply. Hello? After the doctor leaves, you get a different thing of the peephole. The prisoner's having a conversation with himself. In a literal sense, it turns out. See, because he tried to look at the peephole before the crowd moved away, right? And it just made us feel guilty for gawking. You gotta look after number one. Of course, you owe yourself stuff. And hey, on the bright side, we got to destroy, what was it, the soul in the wood? Well, he's got no calendar in there. How's he to know with specificity? Not much time for Court of Appeals of future. Straight to the funny farm. And the travel time from deep space all the way back. Use the key. The key-shaped dagger? Is this what he wanted Fenhorn's knife for? You know, I kind of just took this for granted, right? Since I hadn't played Countdown before. In a series like this, it's easy to take for granted, okay, he does a funny, now he can be all metaphysical. A parcel with no return address. Well, how are we going to give it back anyway? An oddly shaped knife, by the feel of it, old enough to be an antique. Wall. Blade to the wall? We don't think so. What? You don't use a blade to unlock it? Oh, there we go. Unlock the door behind. People killed with it turn into what's amount to intelligent wraiths. Now, he did a whole lot of murder with that knife back in the 19th century. The door of the flesh is Malcolm's throat. You know, I never took that for a flesh-colored door. I thought it was just like plywood-colored. Can we step back in? Never going back? See, forget Theo de Cobb, right? For being all covered in bandages and casts and braces. He walks a bit faster than this, at least. Broadly, it's Malcolm freeing himself with worldly cares as a brain dies, like in Jacob's Ladder. I haven't seen Jacob's Ladder. Scaling down at the main characters because of misjudging the character size while drawing the room. Oop. I didn't know he could warp like that. Huh. If I try to go down the left and clip into the corner of the upper floor there, it keeps pulling him back to the step above. Neat. Never knew. Okay, now it's just being silly with the warps. Hold on. I didn't break something, did I? Because he just moved a whole floor up that time. Come on, Malcolm. You can't be stuck between highlightable walking spots. Now, how could he have done that? He was outside at the time, we know this. Oh. Some part of it has come to believe it after all the stress? We're being subjected to a garbled form of what really happened on the Mephistopheles. A decide for yourself moment. I mean, even if he didn't do all the murders, William, after all, was very heavily involved. Then... Oh no, he's gone bald! He still has his hands pretty bloody. Either way. Just a way to drastically alter Malcolm's appearance, the hair-teeth loss is a common theme in nightmares. You know, I feel like teeth loss wouldn't be a common theme in nightmares if dental work wasn't considered a luxury. Poke, poke. It's a cool little sequence. It's very artsy, this game, compared to his previous point-and-click ones of the series. We have a hole over here. An extremely deep pit, peering out into an abyss of total blackness. Well, holes are holes, jump on in! It's a long way down, alright. Trilby? Is this the point in Trilby's notes where he's dead, and the man in red comes and saves him? That's not gonna open up later, pretty sure, yeah? Yeah? Where I come from, blanking people is considered rude. Is this old Trilby one of the Trilby clones, or somehow the original Trilby? I don't think. His own assertion and Trilby clone being inside Chzo in the ending sequence, so maybe. It's been a while since it was in the sequence. Look what Marvel Comics does. Well, who are you? This is too early and too late in Malcolm's timeline for him to know him. Who are you? Strongly suggests he's not an original, probably a clone. Give it a Chzo as a plaything, so maybe. What is this place? Inside the body of Chzo. What does it seem so bad then? Breathable atmosphere and all that? How do I get in here? Not corporally, huh? So who's Chzo? Apparently, he's an island off the coast of Wales on the other side. Once many of his kind, so you're saying Chzo is an endangered species, something to be cared for and curated. The very last of his kind. Now hold on, if he depends on magic to live, wouldn't it be to the multiverse's benefit to draw him into the world of technology, where magic is rather minimal, and thus starve him out? You're the one who sent the idol into space? Who recognized that signature hat? Now, if he is a Trilby clone, then that Trilby clone would have been produced in the 22nd century. He could have studied, he could have been given information of what Trilby's life was like after the hotel incident. But he also recognizes the Meta Malcolm. What do you want me to do? You're trapped in a god of pain for all eternity. We have a knife. A metaphysical knife. Kill him. Trilby gets to die 2 days in a row this stream. Now hold on, didn't the author Avatar in the corner say that those killed with Frehorn's blade become a sentient wraith? Give it to the one who needs it. My life force will still save him, wherever his actual body is. I won't kill you, but I'm gonna bust you out. We'll play nice while Malcolm still has his mind. It sees a past, present, and future all at once. Well, it's not gonna see this coming, isn't it? Gah! Another support for the not-clone theory? Trilby seems to have a clone. Clones can't have souls, now he's some kind of clonist. I mean, if this is Trilby, dying out, or dead I should say, at the end of Trilby's notes, and providing Trilby's soul to himself. Now, if this is a clone of Trilby, and we gave Trilby the soul of a clone Trilby, does that mean that Trilby is Trilby from that point on, or is Trilby clone Trilby in that point on the body of Trilby? We still have the knife, stab him in the eye, stab him in the eye! Theo, hello? Just wait there for a second, Malcolm 8. For Malcolm it functions as an exit, for the tall man it's oblivion. Malcolm's a powerful non-corporeal entity. The tall man is still largely physical. At the bottom there's two chutes, one labeled ghosts, the other not ghosts. Kind of like the second shelf in the stomach that all of us claim to have as children. The shelf for dinner is too full, but the shelf for dessert is quite empty still. Or are those the two patrolling guards from the Countdown episode 3? They had their eye on the New Delhi delivery guy for so long, we slipped on through. Toby and Clive, that's confirmation. Hello, Toby. Hello, Clive. Trilby looking like Michael Jackson. They both had their suffering. He is free. Free of the place. He's free of his mind. Free of physical form. One of the testers mentioned not realizing the man in red was Somerset. Where does he find these dense people? It's a nice scene. I appreciate that it's there. But to think that it's being here was necessitated by people still not seeing the obvious. Now that we've been digested and excreted by Chzo, we have the stench of Chzo on us then, huh? It's time, don't touch that door. If you feel inspired to play these games again, do it. Do it. You never played the commentary either? I'm pretty sure I haven't either because so much of it is new to me too. But it makes for a good companion piece having the commentary on, especially for those of us who played it so long ago and might want to see something new. Because it does give some extra good context. Jumping to his feet pretty fast for a guy who was catatonic with despair. Eh. Yeah. We kind of benefit now, don't touch the door, that while Yahtzee used to require the donation for the special edition, as the website puts it, he's got enough money from it, just take it for free now. Which is kind of nice, just putting it out there as freeware. An eternal blemish on my soul. Can't believe it. The Red Man is Protestant. He's Calvinist at that. Everything is predetermined. No matter what I do now, we've already got that stain on our soul, and there's nothing we can do to change it. Find the way out into faux matter if I wish to escape. With hindsight, with the benefit of hindsight, this guy has gone from there is no escape, you're still thinking about escape, you cannot fight your destiny, to if you really want to escape, go to the basement. Excuse me. Hot cocoa burps coming out. It would be nice if these games got, I don't know about modernized, but cleaned up a bit for at least modern compatibility. They're playable, but they're kind of really small games if you don't like tweak around with the default settings a bit more. I mean, all you gotta do is put it at a higher resolution window and it plays perfectly. But like, especially for 5 days, the interface could be a bit clunky since it's trying to interface a smaller thing and a larger thing. Wouldn't need too much, really. Maybe at most, if these things had like a very slight UI update for modern compatibility, wouldn't need too much more than that because they work pretty damn well as artifacts of their time too, for all the warts and all. You just want a higher res, yeah. Don't gotta mess around too much with it, just something for comfort. Oh, my eyes are down there now. I thought there was something odd about my interface. It's eyes down here and everything else is up there. I've lost my eyes! My eyes have rolled out of their place! Frehorn's blade is one of the Order's most sacred relics. It is said to have been used by the 18th century prophet Jack Frehorn himself to deliver the 12 sacrifices that enabled him to write the books of Chzo. When a person dies, their body, mind, and soul separate and drift apart. An individual killed by Frehorn's blade, however, separates differently. They leave their body behind, while their mind and soul remain together. This usually results in a non-corporeal spirit of unusual ability, capable of strong manifestations, but they remain forever under the command of the one who wielded the blade. Ah. So, for the 12 sacrifices, I'm going to assume that by being stabbed, conditioned, and then stabbed with a knife, and then the knife plunged into the pillar, that's probably a delivery mechanism to feed them all to Chzo, and when Chzo is happy, then Frehorn gets rewarded with all their lamentations and anguishes all at once to inspire his divine writings. And with Malcolm using the knife on himself, forever under the command of the one who wielded the blade. So suicide through the Frehorn blade is kind of a limit breaker, isn't it? Just if you don't mind being a like a timeless ghost popping in and out of reality, but you get to be in your own control forevermore. An individual can exploit a loophole in these rules by killing themselves with Frehorn's blade, which would theoretically transform them into an immensely powerful spirit, a magic-infused force of pure will. None, however, have yet chanced this. Well, that's because this note is written 300 years too early. Or I guess it's what, 189 years going by the intro of the game? See, that's the real reason why these madness events happen. No one ever has access to food, and that's the real reason why things go crazy. Going to let her rest. Let's put a save in. So all I gotta do now is the basement, right? And looks like the corridor has been fully, completely transformified to the basement. Maybe there might be something different in the other rooms. Maybe Trilby would have shown himself and grew a new one. But maybe the door's open. Yeah, the door's just open. So maybe there's nothing else to do in the corridors. Only do as we are told. No requirement for who gives the ordering. Infinite Trilbys. Until there are no more. Huh. I would not have guessed that. I just figured it's just a gameplay contrivance and more keep coming in. Special music track, but for some reason it was a minute and a half of quiet build-up and a sudden rise of urgency. Well, this one's pretty cool. The music they do put in this game is rather excellent. Couldn't find a way to fit in the pacing? Just use this other track he provided for generic danger. This is the generic track? If this is the generic track, I want to hear the speciality tracks too. McCall playing the series on stream, he's so crazed. I mean, it actually would. He has been known to play adventure games in the past. In fact, that's the reason I started watching McCall in the first place. When I had first joined on Twitch, and I was watching JC for a bit, because I recognized JC from watching GDQ videos on YouTube, and he just so happened to raid McCall when he was playing, it was either Fate of Atlantis or The Dig, one of the two. And I was hooked, and the rest is history. And the benefit is also that McCall doesn't really seem to like doing big, mega-sized streams anymore, right? Like every once in a while he'll do a marathon or a retrospective. But gone are the days where he'll spend a week or two in Ultima 7, for instance. Given that these games tend to be like 3-5 hours, depending on how you pace yourself through them, they're the perfect size for the size of games he likes to play nowadays. So it would actually be a good fit. And especially given that he loves amateur productions, right? If the art isn't the best, if the contrivances are a bit hokey, but there's spirit in it. And the series definitely has so much spirit in it. And then as the series goes on, more competency to it too. He'd have a blast, I'm sure. Lich, also Lich Light, a kind of undead sorcerer. Granted immortality by removing their soul from their body and placing it in an external object. Isn't this... The music's gone. Chzo knows that I'm looking into the extra stuff. Isn't that basically the extras material? The extras for 6 Days of Sacrifice comes with, among other things, a filing cabinet that has top secret Ministry of Occultism information, liches, also lich or lich, human equivalent, yada yada yada. I think it is. He's given us a bit of an extra there. Has a history and a cult following, and for good reason. This is quality stuff that was excellent back in the late 2000s and is still excellent today. Even after playing how many adventure games on stream even. Ranging from the 2010s to even some more modern stuff from the 2020s. I say it still holds up for the scope of the game that it is. You know, not every game needs to be the highest production thing. There's room in the gaming world for the more smaller, truly independent stuff. The Lich's body is indestructible. It can still be stretched, twisted, and made to feel pain, but only damage to their soul artifact will cause permanent damage. Wraith, the servant of a Lich, a dead life form whose soul is placed post-mortem in a small part of the Lich's soul artifact, making them subservient. So, John Defoe bludgeoned to death with the idol that was the wood of the soul of the prince. Wraiths are non-corporeal, and like all ghosts can exert influence over the environments and objects to which they are tied. It should be noted that the Wraith's influence and manifestations become increasingly wild and uncontrolled if its soul is separated from its mind. Okay, let's try upstairs. I should have probably gone to the right first, there's fewer rooms that way. And I've got so few trilbies! Wanted more animations for the tall man murdering Trilby, but saw no reason why he mixed things up a bit. Important that the tall man's Trilby killings be largely quick and painful. Oh, I skipped through the last bit. Sorry. Sorry, Yahtzee. Does this door work? I've only got the one Trilby left. Maybe it's enough to go into the hallway, then downstairs safe, molding mask. An old-fashioned welding mask dotted with blood. This bandage-covered Theo de Cobb has already got his welding mask. Just gotta get the rest of the ensemble. Easy there, Janine. Get down the stairs already, Theo. What the heck? How do I... Okay, there's the stairs. Quickly to the door, to the door, to the door, to the door, to the door. Oh. And we don't have to go back to the claustrophobic room? These spare trilbies are so very nonchalant about the rest of the trilbies dying off. It won't, it hurts, it hurts. How about the bathroom door? Bathroom doors, oh, we got the apron here now. Archaic blacksmith aprons smeared with blood, could I combine them? No, there's no combining mechanic. Can we call anybody? Who should I call? Sam? No reply. Janine? No reply. Okay, the good news is that's all the upstairs rooms. We could mark this off now. Getting down the stairs is a challenge of itself. It's not quite Sierra difficult yet, but it's a bit of a challenge. The knife! The big machete! Dressing up John like John Defoe as a protective measure. Trying to fool the house that I belong here. And that's the extent of it. Things get a whole lot more complicated as soon as I enter the hole. Oh, they don't get killed here. I thought for sure passing through the room would at least kill one off. I guess that the tall man is polite. I can't examine the painting of Roderick. Kind of barrier blocking the way like a force field. What if I use the whole outfit? It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Dressing up, and there goes the final trilby. The house is incomplete because only the rooms John would have been familiar with in life are present. Huh. Should probably been another 19th century guys. Whoa, that's a 19th century refrigerator. Of all the beings to mantle, did we have to mantle the being of was it 19th century? A 19th century stunted child demon? Go into space, go into space. One final trilby. It is supposed to have been destroyed, Trilby. What you gonna do about that? It was only half destroyed the last time you tried. Address this inconsistency. The petrol in the security room. Only inserted the barrel of petrol into the camera room after doing this scene. It's been clearly hurriedly pasted in. I do like how in Countdown it does mention we'd have to be somebody of above average fitness in order to move this barrel. And Trilby is a few times referred to for his physical prowess. Can't see anything, especially not through the smoked visor. The darkness is only a little bit above me. Push the darkness. The hand! The hand at the end of 7 Days of Skeptics? 7 days, yeah? The payoff for the mysterious hand thing at the very end of 7 Days of Skeptic. Hey, Hordian! I just figured the end of 7 Days of Skeptic is just spooky spook thing. If you think it was really Decab the whole time. Nah, it was empty. It was empty. What's fun? What's fun, Hordian? Tarpaulin? Could we go out the door? Let's just go out the door first. I can't believe that the tall man left a present and a note for me. Finding a bug on LinkedIn, having to convert the PDF version of your profile that generates a PDF from office, yada yada yada. The goddamn export tool is fucked and doesn't work proper with profiles in multiple languages. Sounds like a consequence of LinkedIn, Hordian. I am so sorry. A large cuboid object covered in a tarpaulin. You don't think it belongs here. Translated it by hand, sent to the recruiter, opened a bug ticket. Hordian, they make you do so much work that they don't pay you for. There's a kind of document lying on it that simply says, "Surprise, motherfucker." Children of the King rejoice, for the time is finally at hand. Our patience these last few centuries will finally be rewarded. 200 years ago, the body of the Bridge Keeper was destroyed. 200 years from now, the soul of the Bridge Keeper will meet the same fate. These are known as bridge events. Their significance was so great that they sent ripples of weakness throughout the timeline itself, echoing off into both past and future. On the 28th of July, 2189, the ripples from the past will collide with the ripples from the future, creating an area of extreme weakness between the two realms. If the third bridge event, the destruction of the mind, occurs at this point, the force of the explosion will penetrate that area of weakness and form the bridge between the realms. We're dressed as John Defoe across so many games. It was mentioned about the idol being the soul, and that's broken. The body destroyed in 5 Days a Stranger, and the mind being in the house. Over this bridge, the King Chzo will come. He will come to save us, and all men of technology from sin. We must, however, be alive to enjoy this new age of perfect purity, and so it is important that the complex and ophthalmology building be evacuated at least 1 week prior to the bridge event. So, surprise! Oh no. It's a bomb! There's enough nano explosive here to atomize the county. Alright, run! Run! Shuffle! Amble! I can't shuffle or ramble? Oh. Do I gotta try to defuse it first? It's a timed detonator hooked up to a huge pile of super dense nano explosives. I read about this stuff. Like a nuclear blast without the radiation. All it needs is a little heat to set it off. But if I just put the... No. Nothing for it, I've got to try and disarm... Wait a second. The bomb's already been defused. The bomb's already been defused. I guess the tall man's presence here was turning it off. Well, in that case, good, we could just leave. Shit! You get nostalgic and watch it all day. I made this, like the kid from the end of the X-Files. All it needs is the little heat, it says. No. No! This would be the same bit of land, yeah, if that was a house from 5 Days a Stranger. When the hill became a cliff. I mean, it was pretty basic graphics back in 5 Days a Stranger. You can't expect any specificity. Six days later. UCBC News. Buckinghamshire? Let's see. That's pretty close to Reading, but I guess there'd be nobody that I know there anymore in the 2100s. Wait, Buckinghamshire, they got like hills and cliffs around. Nah. And with this massive explosion, they're gonna find out that the Slough Caverns are real. Hey, Onyx. You here for the end of the game, Onyx? A creature so dependent on magic cannot possibly survive. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If we want to remove the threat of Chzo, the last of their kind, by all means bring him over. What if Chzo was lonely? What if Chzo had also suffered the agonies of boredom? Onyx! Onyx, you fool! You mashed right through all of Yahtzee's other commentary. Look at this troublemaker. You can't, because he's a black cat with no transparency. He's crying since his boyfriend got home. His fate is the worst of all. He gets to be a cool, eternal, undead ghost that repeats the same loop over and over and over. Though I guess it's not a fully circular loop. He starts off one place, feeds information, feeds information, feeds information. When he finishes with his loop, I guess he could just fuck off and play video games forever. 18th century, Prophet Jack Fairhorn put to paper 3 books of Chzo, Book of 12 Sacrifices, a Book of the Prince, Book of the Victims, a Book of the Bridge. This is a central tenet in the faith of the Order of the Blessed Agonies. What is not known, not even by the highest acolytes, and likely not even by the prince himself, is that there was a 4th book. It seemed to contradict the other prophecies, and Fairhorn discarded the draft, thinking it a garbled message. This was the book of the new prince. So if he only stuck to his quill, then all of them would have known. Additional stuff in the special edition ending, an attempt to partially explain. Basically, the big question of the game deserves special treatment. I don't think I've seen this. I don't know if I have. This I recognize, so maybe I did. On the day of the bridge, a prince returned to the court of the king and bowed low before the presence. And thinking the king was greatly wrathful, and he said to the prince, "Why have you returned, O prince, you who would betray the king, who would defy his own flesh?" Can't Chzo be fickle? He could. He's apparently a physical being back in the world of magic. And with those words, the king threw down the prince and stripped away his vestments, and the prince once again became the arrogant man. And the arrogant man said, "I wanted only to please you, my king. I know your scheme to replace me. If I betrayed you, it was only to remain your prince." And the king replied, "I have not forgotten that you are the arrogant man, and still your arrogance blinds you. Who are you to question my plans, you little man of linear time? Who are you to believe he knows what is best for I who has drunk down the agonies of 1,000,000 men, I who has seen the edge of forever?" I think the graphics I've seen, but the words I haven't. "You are not my prince, O arrogant man. You were never truly of my flesh." And the king took the vestments of the prince and gave them to the man of purity, and the man of purity became the new prince. He has gone through the agonies, he's lost his mind, broke his body, lost his one-night stand. Dead before he was reanimated and transformed. So, he's on a tighter leash for one. And the arrogant man wept aloud, "Why have you betrayed me, my king? What have I done that I should earn this wrath?" Came the reply, "Long ago you were offered the chance to fulfill the role of the bridge, as a being of both magic and technology. You could have proven your commitment to your king. You could have chosen your successor. But in your arrogance, you resisted and created the child to become the bridge in your stead." This is a very penetrating gaze that feels so much. "And after you learned the true purpose of the bridge, you had the audacity to subvert my will. Weakly you sought to avert your destiny and the destiny of others. But rejoice, arrogant man, for I provided another opportunity to fight your fate. Simply defeat your successor and return to my side." All this expressed in a stare and a blink. The new prince faced the arrogant man. And the new prince threw down the arrogant man. He's more powerful than Kabarat despite not being an ancient druid. Flicks the weak and tall man away. I mean, he's also depowered, so we don't get to see them both at their peak. "My king. It hurts. Protect him always." The guide. So, so this would be before this trilby gets pinned up in here, huh? Since at the end of taking that trilby's soul to give to the dying trilby, the dead trilby should say, Mr. New Prince here appears behind, so he's already an institution then. It hurts. It hurts. Take his place. Alright, bye, Kabadath. Bye. That attention to detail, wanted to be the left hand, but it didn't mesh with this. Kept forgetting to draw the tall man's bandages when he's in a small sprite. But couldn't forget in the big sprite. What's a small sprite? You can't really notice as well. I bet he hasn't forgotten his bandages. And that is some really cool art to end the series on. More of those big sprites he seems to like so much. It's fine, it's a smaller project, even if it's a much loftier, smaller project. One could be excused for not having billowing bandages in the breeze. And the arrogant man knew the name of the king, the book of the new prince. If Fehorn had written, if he allowed his final book to be published, I mean, I guess he would have been able to warn them, but if he did warn them, then that would have changed the history, wouldn't it? We were such a dork back then. The original music is fantastic. So across these past few days, we could see how, with 5 Days a Stranger, it starts off a pretty basic, kind of amateurish adventure game. But then as early as 7 Days a Skeptic, and for every game thereafter, it really goes out of its way to become more expansive, full experiences each time. And then Chzo got the new guy, yeah. In the end, Chzo got their new cutie. I guess you got it, yeah. Recap slideshow ending with something you nicked from Cave Story. Huh. Randomly placed in a lot of game section each time, so it's not always going to be the same position. That's cool. But yeah. Oh, he's still going. How many but yeahs do I have in me? Wraps up the commentary. All the commentary he'll ever do on the Chzo mythos. Gives you fuel for debate on the message boards. Oh, but Yahtzee, the message boards largely no longer exist. All the answers buried in the game somewhere. You see this, Scott Cawthorne? You could put material for the lore crafting, but you actually have to have the answers in there. You can't just put out a half-baked story and expect the myth-making, lore crafting YouTubers and Redditors to fill in the rest for you. Take notes, Scott! Scott! But yeah, as you can see, a series I adore and so many reasons to adore the series. I was asked yesterday, which one's my favorite? And they've all got their charms. Like, even if 5 Days is the most basic, the most bare bones, it's hard not to rank it. It's definitely within the top 5 for the series. When was the last time Scott worked on FNAF anyway? He's got his little partnership with Steel Wool, and people like to give Steel Wool a hard time for making the bad games. But with, like, what was it? Security Breach especially. The man's admitted as such that he was just being extra cagey with what information to even tell Steel Wool. He's like, look, you guys make the game for me. I'm not going to tell you what the story is because I want everything to be a surprise. Like, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do then? Because they don't have the story to make the game with and have to do their best. What's my number 5 game of the series then? That's a toughie. But I think Trilby's notes and 6 Days of Sacrifice definitely rank highly for me. They are definitely both the most competent, or at least the most... I don't want to say the most competent, because that makes it sound like the other two aren't. The other two are great for their scope and when they were made and the ability of Yahtzee at the time. But they definitely are fuller experiences, I feel. Trilby's notes with its text input interface. 6 Days returning to the point and click type. And they both feel more, not just bigger, more cohesive, you know? 5 Days and 7 Days feel rather compact, even for these small bite-sized adventures. And I guess it helps that 6 Days, towards the end, right, it gets especially artistic with its presentations and everything. Have I ever watched the Let's Plays of his games Yahtzee did? Never. In fact, the only way I found out about Yahtzee's continued career was when I was in, like, the Pandemic Studios forums and people were talking about zero punctuation. Like, what's zero punctuation? And it turns out, hey, the guy that makes those cute little games you like also does some funny fast talk joke game reviews. And so, he's doing this other stuff too. Needless to say, I'm very behind on the times. You know, I don't exactly keep up with all the things. Especially nowadays, like way back then at least, I used to like keep up with various game news and game media, so eventually something might slip through. Nowadays, I don't even do that much. Mostly because, like, Kotaku stopped being fun after the first buyout, and then each buyout it got worse and worse, and that was my primary source of keeping up with the news, so eventually, So, when one doesn't keep up with the news as much as they did in their 20s, it's very easy for continued projects, new projects to slip through the cracks. But for these little things, and these were ages ago, weren't they? Wasn't 6 Days like 2007? I want to say? Release date. 2007, so very nearly 20 years ago. And when was 5 Days of Stranger? Like 2004 or so, I think? 5 Days of Stranger 2003, 7 Days of Skeptic 2004. So yeah, for small games released on kind of an annual basis on Adventure Game Studios, guy knew how to pack a whole bunch of stuff into it. So even playing 20 years on, after having last played like well over 10 years ago by now, still holds up. Still very excellent stories, very excellent adventures. And so I think that I am quite satisfied having replayed them. But that's basically all we have for today, so I think I'm going to call it here because now that we've beaten 6 days of sacrifice and with it have kinda beaten or completed the Chzo mythos, what else is there to do for a man who has helped Chzo find his new booty call? We'll see what tomorrow has in store, because I was pretty tempted to do a certain something tomorrow. But given the schedule of things and BF having his day off, we'll see if we get around to something. But otherwise, day after that's Halloween. And so, whether or not we squeeze in a little something extra tomorrow, look forward to Halloween times. For now, who are we going to raid? Once more, look at the game category. Now, there is nobody playing 6 days of sacrifice. 6 viewers are all here. Where are they hiding? Nobody wants that sacrificial time? In that case, I see Jinx is on. Let's go raid Jinx's direction. Thank you all for hanging out and enjoying these old games with me, this revisiting of them. Even though I played them multiple times before, it's been so long that it's basically a fresh pair of eyes once more. And so it's actually pretty cool going back through, having forgotten most of the things. It's kind of like knowing it only for the trailers again. You know the big stuff and a few things the trailers spoil here or there, but then you forget the journey leading up to them. So that was pretty cool. I'll catch you guys around again. Stick around for the raid, say hi to Jinx, and I'll catch you guys around the next time. Take care of yourselves.